Yes, karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. I had briefly started another one but nilikuwa kwa barabara and then I got I had to rest a little bit and the same time pia there is somebody who was also engaging me. Alikuwa anataka kujua hii maneno ya Kenya because this issue is has started attracting attention of scholars and yeah, so that is how it is. So nitawaelezea. So yes, karibuni. So today I had a very busy day. I went to visit a friend who I made 2 weeks ago. Tulijuana unexpected and leo nimeshinda kwa kampuni yao, so that's what we were doing today. Yeah, so leo nimeshinda kwa maybe I can show you. I think I had told people here that so nilifanya kazi I did something and unajua Marekani saa zingine unaweka jina yako kwa documentation. I think that guy happened to be a Kenyan, akapata jina yangu and then he wanted to meet with me and I went and meet him today. So wow, ile mambo nimeona bwana. So I visited one of the biggest chicken processing farm in the country, and actually it is headed by a Kenyan. Bwana, Wakenya wanafanya mambo hapa Marekani. Bwana, Kenyans are not fools, my friend. Wakenya ile mambo wanafanya hapa. Kweli. Very big chicken processing. Ile inaitangwa line of assembly. Kuku zinaingiziwa hapa, zinanyongewa pale with a lot of therapy. Hey, ati kuku anauawa na stages. Leo ile mambo nimejionea bana. Ati kuku akatwe kichwa tu mara moja chwa. Kuku lazima anasafirishwa distance ya like 200 feet with some low tone na ana inhale to gases tu pole pole. By the time anafika kule mbele ya mezirai anakatwa tu kichwa tu mara moja, anakatwa tu kichwa karaini kamoja tu kwanza tu hivi. Hey man, mimi nilikuwa nikifikirianga kuchinja kuku ni kutoa manyoya, kumbe is a highly specialized job. So why is kuku. I don't know if you can be able to see. Hiyo ni kiwanda ya sasa. That is the final stage ya kuprocess kuku. Kiwanda kubwa sana ya makuku. Ile maji imetolewa manyoya inaenda hapo. Yeah, I'm just sharing with you because he was kind enough. Those are the cooling things, zile ambazo after after kuku zimechinjwa na zimekuwa processed, zinabebewa hapo. Yeah, the guy. Yeah, Kenyans are everywhere in America and maybe in Europe doing serious things. So that company, very big, is headed by a Kenyan, yule ambaye tumetengeneza urafiki leo. Yeah, and he is doing great. So please, Kenyans, you can succeed anywhere. Yeah, Kenyans, you can succeed anywhere. So that's a chicken processing industry, and it's food processing, that is. Yeah, food processing industry. So yeah, kama uko Marekani and you might want to eat their chickens are very good, by the way. Yeah, I can give you recommendation. Yeah, so ukienda kwa duka na unataka kuku, yeah, kuna kuku za Purdue Foods. So yeah, Purdue Foods. No, I have to congratulate that Kenyan bwana Kipril bwana. Huyo Mkenya amenifurahisha sana. And he's a young Kenyan, by the way. Yeah, he is a young Kenyan in his early 30s. In his early 30s. Mbona utaki ni congratulate huyo Mkenya? Ingia studio kuja uongee siasa. You know me, I was already here but you couldn't come. So mimi nilishaongea siasa yangu yote. Now, other than that, I've also interacted with somebody else who is a political scientist, and maybe Kipril. These are some of the things which.
Happy Sabbath.
Okay, happy Sabbath.
Hapana, mimi nimefurahi bana. I'm happy.
Yeah, so I was speaking. Maybe you can begin here. I was speaking with a political scientist who happens to research in one of the.
Nilisahau kukuwekea video zako jana.
Yeah, no problem. So I want to ask you this question because ni kitu imenishtua. That political scientist, I think hii maneno ya Olkarau ni kama pia wa Marekani, some Americans have started getting it. And that guy was like asking me, ama tukiongea naye alikuwa ananiuliza, hey, like even in America, big money wins election. Big money always wins election most of the time. That is why sometimes
you see, no. There's a formula that comes with each country in the world when it comes to their political understanding. Even here in the UK, there's some kind of political science that goes with it ever since the inception of their political game. Ours started after Moi. Our politics is very different from Tanzania, it's very different from Uganda, it's very different from Rwanda and whatever it is. So when a Rwandan sees our politics, or Tanzanian or Ugandan sees our politics, they see it differently. And that is why we get confused when we see them. That is true. It is very true. And then the Americans see us, wanashindwa mbona mnakaliwa na dictator. But then I've come to realize our science is very different from how it is. Remember how, let me say, I'm going to mention names, and for those people who are going to kick my ass, I don't care, it's the truth. Julia, Jeru, Kip, Alex Bundi, Roba, Stone PK, all of us have dealt with the Makiadi, all of these people have dealt with the politics of the West. And we want to be purist. We hate how politics is done in Kenya. I really hate vehicle campaigns. I hate the fact that these people go around in vehicles. But that is how our politics is done. It is something that is very tribal and regional. I hate what Gashaga does. I've told you several times, I hate it. I hate what Sifuna has to do to gain the trust of Kenyans. I hate the fact that Martha Karua has to start from Kirinyaga before she moves anywhere else. It is our politics. It is unavoidable. I hate the fact that I hate the fact that um, uh, Kalonzo has to be kingpin of the Kamba vote, and we have to talk about Kalonzo because he's a Kamba and he holds the Kamba vote. I hate that. But that is our politics. It is who we are. It is a fact that no matter how much we avoid it, we have to talk about tribes. We have to talk about the Kisii region. We have to say Kisii region is being held by Matiang. We have to say that now you cannot go and talk anything unless in Kisii region and talk to Matiang. That is why Morara Kebaso changed to Jubilee. It is what we hate. And now, what makes Kenyan politics unique and in terms of voter stealing votes is the fact that we are conformed to that way of thinking, whereby Mbere North was stolen because the election was so close. It was so close because the people of Mbere were convinced with goodies. Walipatiwa vitu kidogo hivi. By that time, the Mbere North people had not conceded to Ruto. They had not. But it gave Ruto the chance to steal that Mbere North election. I can repeat here, and I will say it more than 10 times, that Ruto stole Mbere North. But because of that perception of popularity in Mbere North, they got to steal that from us. That is our politics. Our politics makes it seem where Raila Amolo Odinga, the only person in Kenya to have been called Baba after Moi. Ni yeye peke yake ndio aliitwa Baba. Hata Jomo Kenyatta hakuitwa Baba. After Moi, Raila aliitwa Baba. He won all those 5 elections. Take it to the bank. Anybody who can disagree with me there, me, I don't care who you are. I will tell you, because of Kenyan politics, all these other politicians, Mwai Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta, went so close, very close to the edge, that they happened to steal that election from us. Olkarau said, hell no, you cannot do that. Those 5,000 votes from the 30-something votes that Olkarau had given our most elite candidate, Kamau. Our most elite candidate, Kamau, is because the Kenyans were convicted by that. They said, yes, this is the guy we're going to pick. Everybody came to vote for him. It was impossible for Ruto to steal. And that is our politics. That is who we are. That is who we are as Kenyans, where people come to Rigathi Gachagua and they listened to him and they voted for it. That is something we need to come to understand. We cannot avoid it. My brother Robana nichapanga hapa na ni ukweli. My party leader has to fight hard, has to show presence. I hate that politics, Jeru. I hate it. But if you don't show presence in Kenya, you will not get visibility. And if you don't get visibility, you don't get the vote. You know what I mean? I don't, Jero, I know you don't like it. I'm sure, I don't know if I'm speaking
Yeah,
out of
I
turn.
get you.
You don't
What I
like
was trying to tell you is that, like, when you look like, for example, in American politics, if you pour money, chances of you winning is so high. Like, and now we have a model case like here in Africa where
it is similar to
you
the US.
pour
It's
money.
no, by the way, you're right. It is similar to the US. The only problem for us is the stealing of the votes. But the US also has that bad thing. It is bad in the US. It's actually helpful, where you have to have PACs that actually throw money into your campaign. It is not good politics. I wish we were in the Swedish model, where you drop your what do you call it, karatasi, kusema kwamba hizo vitu unataka kufanya kwa nchi, watu wasome alafu waseme, they make their own decision. Also, American politics is not the best. You know it's right. Pouring money it means that corporations are going to get involved in that. I'm a conservative. I hate it. But a lot of money is poured into politics. But at least, even if money is poured in the American system, you know that still the people make their own decision. They make their own choices. I rather there's no money in politics. You know that UK, there's no money in politics. You know that there's a cap. There's actually a cap.
Yeah, actually, I saw a mayor position being advertised in a city here in America, and I was surprised actually to hear that like mayoral posts are part time. Like they want somebody, the person who they wanted to be a mayor has to have a career. Like
That's stupid.
It was like a part time job.
That is stupid. But you've got to understand.
Sababu hakuna kazi mingi, si ni approval tu peke yake.
No, no. It depends on the state, and it depends on the population, and it also depends on how powerful the area is. If you think about it, there are several areas in the US where it's reverted between between the governor and the mayor of a particular place. Like the mayor of New York is more powerful than the governor of New York. You know that?
Yeah, there are those.
But then,
in rural cities is the opposite.
in rural, now if I go to Ohio, what is the capital city of Ohio?
I don't know, but one thing which I know is that
no, that's what I'm trying to say. No, you just understand my question.
It could be Cincinnati.
Yeah, but Cincinnati between the Ohio governor of Cincinnati and of the governor of Cincinnati and the mayor of the governor of Ohio and the Cincinnati mayor, you'd find that
Columbus.
The governor is more powerful.
Columbus.
Yeah, you'd find it depends. Like now, if you go to LA, I know California is a very big state, but you find people are talking more about LA than Florida and the other states, the other cities. And you'd find the LA mayor more and more time is gaining more power than the governor of California. It's not gotten there yet, but that is where it's heading. If you get my point. But then you find like some rural villages whereby the sheriff is part-time. Some magistrates are part-time. You know?
And they are doing very basic salary. They are doing very basic salary. It's not like
it depends. But US is very big. US is really large. It just depends. That is why US, UK are very unique governments, because they've been given time to mature. And that is why Kenya has not been given time to mature. I'll tell you the truth. If Kenya was the way the BBI was moving, Mulima would actually be making most of the decisions in Kenyan politics right now. Amakale, but I'll have to admit that. Because of the population and because of the economic factor, they would have the right to decide what needs to happen in Kenya moving forward. One man, one shilling. And that is the thing that Ruto was afraid of. You know that? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
So, I need to talk about the Kisii region. Matiang needs to pull up his socks. I've had a very difficult conversation this afternoon.
What else can he do? What else can Matiang'i do?
He needs to expand Jubilee. Ni kama amepark huko Kisii. Where else has he been?
Jubilee, and Bwana Kip, this is something which I will tell you now. Jubilee, and I don't know why Matiang'i is making that mistake, Matiang'i was supposed to have a blood new party. You cannot use a party
You're supposed to join PLP by then.
You cannot use a party which was used by Ruto to bango elections in 2017.
Yes.
Are you aware of the history of and
yes.
Even in Mulima, Jubilee being resisted this highly, it is because people know Jubilee was the beginning of bad MPs. Yani Jubilee iliingiza wajinga. And no, I can tell you.
No, you see, you see what I'm trying to say is the Kisii issue is very shaky right now. Yes, there's a lot of protection of the votes in Kisii region. Yes, we see that. But right now, it's very shaky. It's becoming like the Luya nation. And we have to, you know why I'm talking like this is we have to protect those votes. We have to be tribal. Ukabila lazima ifanyike bana, bro. Kuchapa Ruto lazima ukabila ifanyike. I need the Kisii community to be strong, united, wakwe pamoja. And the same with the Luya community. They have to be, that is why Sifuna has to go to Bungoma. Gachagua, I hated what was happening with Gachagua then. But now I get it. I understand it now. I understand it now. Our politics is very different. Until we mature after 2027, where we are a united nation, right now, everybody has to protect their strongholds. We need to stop glorifying the presidential seat and protect our strongholds. Do you understand what I'm saying? And we need not to castigate people like Eugene Wamalwa. Eugene Wamalwa in his clan is actually liked. He's loved. And he's a bitter rival of Wetangula. Bitter rival. That guy can sweep Fort Kenya if we give him the respect. Now I understand what you said. No, sasa nimeanza kuongea kama mwanaume. I understand what you meant about not kicking our principles in their teeth. Eugene Wamalwa needs to be respected. Tunafaa kumheshimu. Because if we don't respect Eugene Wamalwa, there is a section of the Luya community that will go to Wetangula because of clanism. And Roba understands how serious clanism is.
And if they go to Wetangula, does Wetangula have the momentum to gravitate them back to Ruto? You see, we also need
to
anaitwa
Papa Waroba. No, again, Kenyan politics, anaitwa Papa Waroba. He's the third most powerful person in Kenya right now.
So, you know, mi kuna kitu najaribu
he can lie to the people. He can lie to the people. He can lie to the people. He can lie to the people and tell him that there's a promise. There's a promise for succession for the Luya community in 2022.
I think that one I get, but Kipuriru kuna kitu nataka kukuambia hapa, which is now in Kenya. There is a step. There is a step support. You might come and say, mimi naitwa Wetangula. Mimi naitwa Musalia Mudavadi.
Yes.
Na maybe how watu somehow wanaweza kuwa wanakupenda, or they might want to appreciate you or to reason with you. Then unaona sasa wewe as Mudavadi now, that is one step. Then there is another step higher. Then huyu Mudavadi anawaambia sasa nataka tuende kwa Ruto. Then sasa from Mudavadi to Ruto, system ina leak. Watu wanakataa. Sasa that's what we need to understand, like Mudavadi could be accepted by his
Mudavadi is a chief goon in the sun.
In Luya land, but once he start saying nataka turudi kwa Ruto tena, anapoteza hao watu. That
is what he wants to do. That is what Wetangula wants to do. That is why, let me explain to you. Another thing is, you may think the Luo community is one. They also have clans. You know that.
Of course ni kama hata vile Roko huyu na tutaweka na please tafuta video za Roko hapa.
Now wait.
Akigawanyisha mlima.
No, wait. Now everybody comes and castigates the Luo community. And then says, oh, all the Luo community, when you see idiots like Omosh 1 hour and all these other idiots, Akina Gladys Wanga, somebody who's not even Luo, like Junet Mohammed, that's not a Luo, that's a idiot. I fucking hate when he just does that. And hata ajasaidia watu wa Jaluo huko, he pisses me off. If you look at the split within the Luo community, you'll understand what I'm trying to say. Homa Bay, Ruto amechukua kidogo. It's not a lot, kidogo, because of Gladys Wanga's stupidity. Then you look at another little small section of Bigori that has been confused by Ruto. But Orengo is a person that has been fighting within the Luo community for very many years and is highly respected by the Luo community. Then you've got Kisumu. Kisumu is another area that now their kingpin in Kisumu is actually Babu Owino. There are 4 counties. So I'm telling you that if there's a united front against Ruto, it's not going to do anything. Just forget about the noises you hear from Homa Bay, the noises you hear from Migori, from some of these stupid MPs that think that the Luo community is united towards moving towards Ruto. That's a fake. That's fake. That's absolutely fake. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Speak to Njeru, speak to Aimba. Aimba will tell you. There's nothing like that. Siaya is fire. Siaya is Ionia party leader Orengo. James Orengo is a party leader there. James Orengo still has the might to fight those other idiots in ODM and can pull Nyanza, the whole of Nyanza, combined with Kisii, including Anyonka, towards the right path. So even when we are talking about this tribalistic stuff, we have to move our communities, our tribes towards the right path. I told you about the Kipsigis community. The Kipsigis community are tired of Ruto. We are tired. I've sent you a few videos, Jeru. You've seen the videos of the Kipsigis community saying no to Ruto. Tumechoka naye. Hatutaki ujika. So other than our win in Olkarau, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, Jeru. Kuna kazi mingi. Na nimekuwekea video yako ndio pay attention juu ya.
Can we have videos?
Nimekuwekea video yako hapo.
Sorry?
Nimekuwekea video.
Belfast,
I don't understand why you still want to disagree with me. James Orengo is a freedom fighter and you must respect James Orengo. You must respect James Orengo. You must respect him. You're just disagreeing with me just to disagree with me. You must respect James Orengo. You have no choice. As a Luo man, you must respect him. Yeah, you have no choice. Go ahead.
Nataka tusikilize hii video ya Kalonzo. I don't know where Kalonzo was speaking here, but he has brought serious information. Can you listen?
Yani baba aliuzwa nikiona kauzwa, nitawaambia ukweli hapa. You know, wakili is very smart, but I'm going to tell them this one. Kuna ingine ile ya backdoor, lakini hii nitawaambia. Wakati kura iliendelea ya AU, kwanza Ruto anamsukuma Raila apate hicho kiti, nicho mwishowe abaki na Kalonzo vile alikuwa akisema, sio? Lakini hakujua jinsi ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Wakaenda wakafanya, because unajua hicho kiti sio Raila ama Ruto, hicho ni kiti cha Kenya. So itakuwa Kenya iko na candidate, Djibouti ilikuwa na candidate. Sasa kumharibia baba, Ruto anaenda kuwaonga mama president, anaambia ameleta kisirisiri, kila mtu apatiwe president wa hapa $1 million. $1 million. Marais wakaangalia, bure huyu analeta kuonga president. Hai? Lakini hata hivyo, siku moja baba akanipigia, nilikuwa kwa nyumba hapa, Kalonzo tukutane hapa Karen Blixen. Tukakutana hapo, kanambia nataka tu sikilize hii simu, wewe usiongee, sikiliza tu simu. Baba anapigia Ruto, William, mimi ninaona hivi, majenzi walikuwa wamemvinyilia Ruto, si mnakumbuka? Mpaka akavunja cabinet. Sasa alikuwa anataka kuunda cabinet ingine na alikuwa anataka baba amsaidie. Baba akamwambia William, sisi Azimio tunataka tufanye national convention. Tukishakubaliana, we shall give you our names. William Ruto akamwambia, ala, hiyo sio ile tulikubaliana jana na Junet na Tuju. Alitaja hiyo majina mawili, mimi nasikiliza. Hii sio ile tulisikiliza jana na Junet na Tuju. Tuju has since explained to me alikuwa akifanya nini huko, lakini mtu mmoja hajanielezea walikubaliana nini na Ruto, anaitwa Junet.
So Kenya, na mkumbuke hii Kenya ni yetu sisi wote.
The reason why nimecheza hiyo video bwana Kipril, it looks like siasa ya bribery, it can no longer work in the civilized nation. Ati Ruto alienda AU and he was bribing every president, or I don't know kama walichukua mwakuchukua, or I don't know what happened. He was giving them everyone $1 million ili wapigie Raila support. So what's wrong with Ruto and money? Lazima kila pahali tu akue, yani Ruto hawezi enda pahali clean. Ama Ruto ni vile Ruto yani ametumia pesa sana mpaka akaona
Ruto with the fact that Ruto has always emulated what my father Moi did. He thought this is something that would be done internationally. This guy has always tried to take the blueprint of Moi. Everything, down to trying to bribe Mulema, down to actually chasing Mulema to getting his vote. No, how many times has Moi bribed the Mulema to appease Mulema? You're old enough to know how many times Moi has appeased the Mulema. Isn't it the same formula as this person? So him going down to the international community, it means this guy has no shame. He automatically assumes the rest of the African nations are like him. These are people who are doing illegal things with shame. Unajua kuna ile kitu unafanya kitu na aibu, unakaa hivi unasema, oh, staki watu wajue nafanya hivi. But Ruto is openly bribing African leaders. And these African leaders have at least a bit of conscience knowing that staki watu wajue nafanya hiyo karabati. But Ruto is like, well, we are all doing it. I might as well just bribe you. And the reason why he was doing this before, allegedly, offing Raila Amolo Odinga Baba of the nation, was, nasikia uchungu kwa sababu I was listening to a old song that, one of Raila's songs, nasikia uchungu sana because that song just put some emotions in me when I heard it all. By the late, there's a lady who sang that song about Raila come back home. Your song imeniumiza sana because I've been listening to it the whole day. Is the fact that he has always tried to get rid of Raila Amolo Odinga. Every single plan that Ruto has done was to get rid of Amolo. So I suspect India. So all these things that Kalonzo was talking about right now, Kalonzo Mongevo, I do not take one iota of doubt that Ruto did not try to bribe, allegedly, those African leaders. Because the whole intention of doing the African AU chairmanship was to get rid of Raila. Raila angekuwa shida sahi kwa Ruto. And most of us in this studio would be following Raila like fools, including myself. He would have said some sweet words. Oh, we've talked. No, I've decided to run for president. And then I think in this, the man you see on the screen would have been Raila's exit plan. It would have been Raila's final ha-ha to Ruto. Sifuna would have been the guy. And all of us would have followed that pattern, would have followed that blueprint of Raila Amolo Odinga going into his twilight ages. And he would have retired successfully. But the people who surrounded that great man killed him with stress. They killed Raila Amolo Odinga with stress and pushing him.
Pia Mama Mary nafasi anaweza kuwa anaingia kazi.
I'm just finishing the statement before Mama Mary coming. They pressurized that old man. He's an old man. Let's just think about the seniority of Raila Amolo Odinga. That was not him. The decisions he made before his life ended was not Raila Amolo Odinga. They pushed him. They made him do the wrong decisions. Raila Wakamau gave him alcohol before we had the red carpet. Raila was supposed to be on that red carpet. I have sat down and have thought, before the end of Raila's life, that was not who he was. I have reflected. Junet Muhammad, Joho, Oparanya, Mbadi, Opiondai are the devils that destroyed Raila Amolo Odinga's legacy. And nobody can change my mind about that. Raila was a great man. Alikuwa tu mzee, hao watu wakambully, they bullied that old man. I know some of us might never forgive him for that. But occasionally I think, I sit down and I'm like, no. There's a reason why I followed Raila. There is an actual reason why I followed Raila. And I had hope for the nation of Kenya. There's a reason why the whole of Africa know who he is. But a few snakes And we are seeing them here every day. Gladys Wanga, Junet Mohammed are the people that destroyed the legacy of Raila Amolo Odinga. Occasionally, I'll come and hit him here and there. Give me that peace as his son. Kama mtoto yake. A person that followed his political path. I will be angry with him. I'll be pissed off with him. And let me vent because I have had issues. Mimi mtoto yake. But I must respect Raila. Nimesikia wimbo bana, imenichoma akili. It's broken my heart. It has brought some emotions that I did not want to be brought back. Because it's 9 months since Raila died. Hata japika miaka sijapona. Those guys ruined his legacy. Yo utaniachia leo. Hey, that song has brought some emotions. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Mama Mary, karibu. You can react to what we are saying today.
Habari Njiru, habari Kip, habari wa Kenya wetu, comment section, na wasalimia. Kwa nguvu za Mungu, tuko tu, tunasukuma. Kip, umeongea habari ya Ruto about bribes. This is the weakest leader we have in our country. Ni mtu hajiamini, anaamini pesa. And I'm very happy the way Olkarau reacted on the money issues. Pesa sio kila kitu. You can have a lot of money, but you might not accomplish what you think because people have their own different minds, different thinking of who you are. Kuna mzee moja, nitapeana hii like it's not a parable, it's a real thing. Huyo mzee, he was a rich man within a village. Na huyo mzee alikuwa akiitwa hata kama ni wedding ama any kind of occasion that was happening within the perimeter. Yeye alikuwa tu anachukua bahasha anaweka pesa. He never attended. His time came. His daughter was getting married. Kwa hivyo sasa akafikiria kupika chakula kingi sana kwa sababu watu wa kijiji watakuja kusherehekea. Because of how he has been taking these people within the location, how poor they are, they will be easy goers, so they will run to his place because of food and all that and expectations. I'm telling you, vile hao villagers walikuwa walisema liwe liwalo. Waliandika bahasha as he has been doing. Mtu anaweka tu kitu yake kidogo kama ni shilingi 10, 20, 100 and all envelopes were sent. Ile upishi ulikuwa mkubwa kabisa, chakula kilikuwa kingi because he expected the whole village will be there. Nobody attended. He was so devastated. Lakini nafikiri alirudi nyuma akafikiria zile vitendo alikuwa anatenda. That's a analogy I wanted to give to Kenyans, that money does not mean everything. Ruto amezoea, huu ni mtindo wake. Mkumbuke siku ile tulikuwa tunaambiwa habari ya t-shirts zile alikuwa amepewa tenda. Definitely hizi t-shirts vile alikuwa anapeleka hiyo 100, sijui 1000 kwa hiyo ofisi 10 times. Lazima alikuwa ana bribe hawa watu wa hiyo ofisi ndio ailete mara ya pili, ya tatu mpaka ya 10. That is what he did. And those are a long time ago. Kwa hivyo Ruto hakuna pahali amepita bila kuwa na hizo bribes. And so he believes that having money is all what it matters. He will get everything. Lakini sasa amenoa. Wakenya wameamka na wameelewa hii shida yote tunapata ni kwa sababu huyu mtu amechukua pesa zetu anatuchezea nazo. Kwa hivyo imefika mwisho. What other tactic is he going to use? Because his aim was to have a lot of money, pesa ambazo atamwagia watu, wawe wajinga, wampe kura. Wakenya wamebadilika na Wakenya wameelewa. So this is a weak leader. Hivyo alikuwa anaenda kubribe ma president. Even I don't understand why even those presidents would give him a chance. So for me, even those other presidents, they are also weak if they took the money. Because how comes that you are a president of a country and you want to shame your country that you are that greedy of getting money from another president so that you can swindle the right person who should win? This is the habit of Ruto. It is in him that if he doesn't bribe people, they will not do what he wants. Now this is different, and we are different now. We have understood him, and it is good that he was given chances so that people can get his way of how he's handling all these things. And na ninakumbuka kuna mtu alisema, tunataka kumuelewa. Tunataka kuelewa hii mchezo wake atacheza paka wapi. How much is he going to play? And how long is it going to take? So for me, I believe Ruto is a weak leader. He depends on money. Na ndio unaona amechukua hizo malon za huko nje. Ndio amesoba pesa za Wakenya. Ndio awadanganye nazo. The other thing I want to tell Kenyans. Hii barabara Ruto huwa anaimba kila siku. Barabara, sijui manyumba ya affordable houses, sijui stima. These are things that we should not tolerate. Hii ni mali yetu. Sisi hatutaki kuambiliwa ati tutapewa. Hakuna mtu anatupea, tumezinunua sisi. We are being taxed for all that stuff. For that service, we deserve it. Si kitu ati tunapewa. Si yeye anatoa pesa yake kwa mfuko anatupea. And the way he's treating Kenya, in fact, he's treating like he is the one buying all these things. He is the one building these affordable houses. He is the one taking care of roads with his pocket money. That is the way he's treating Kenya. Imekuwa Kenya ni kama nyumba yake ama nchi yake. And this is what we have to refuse completely. Tukataane na yeye na tumwambie sisi hiyo maisha hatuwezi na hatutaki, because sisi tumebank. We have banked enough for our country to develop. We have contributed for our country so that it can be developed. It's Ruto who is holding us captive. Yeye ndiye ameshikilia pesa zetu, anakataa kutupatia chance ya kutengeneza nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, this is a very good chance for everybody to come up, join together. Mimi hata sitaki kujua ni Mkisii ama ni nani. I have never been tribal in any way, but I want Kenyans to see this good example that has happened about using our money to blind us, to make us fools, so that he can keep on moving us like stupid people. We are not fools. Hii mambo yote anakoroga kutengeneza, kutenga nini, pesa zetu aziachie pahali zinatakikana. And the ministers who are supposed to be Minister for Agriculture, achukue usukani wake. Minister for Education achukue usukani wake. You don't have to be guided by Ruto. Ruto is not everything. Ruto is just Ruto. He's not an education officer. He is nothing. He is just a president. And he cannot pretend to be that like he knows everything. He doesn't know. If he knows everything, our Kenya would not be looking the way it is. Ingekuwa ni inchi ya maana. Si vile sasa tunakaa. Kila mtu ni kilio. How comes that you call yourself a president ambaye anataka kuunite watu na wewe ndio unawapiganisha? You have segregated people by tribes. Kwa sababu sahili unasema habari ya Mlima, he should not be talking about Mlima or Luo area or coast or northeastern. He should not be talking like that as a president. He should be talking about Kenya as a whole. Lakini ni yeye ndiye amebagua watu, yeye ndiye ameanza kususia mambo yale mazuri ya Wakenya, alafu kurudi kwa wananchi ama kwa opposition kuambia ati wao ndio tribal. Ruto, ni wewe umeharibu nchi ya Kenya. You have made it like a war zone. Everything is not going right and we are worried where we are heading. And that is why Olkarau had to guard their votes to make sure the fashion that we are going to follow this time round, it's what was done in Olkarau, guarding our votes. Enda ukaibe zile utaiba, enda ukaongeze zile utaongeza, but utaongeza kwako nyumbani, lakini si kwa poll station. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, jiami na muwe tayari. You guard your votes. We can win this and we are going to win it. Asanteni sana. Thank you, Jiro.
Okay, thank you Mama Mary. So I don't know, Roba, do you want to react? Ama kwanza tucheza video kidogo. What is your take? Nisikuweke hapo sana. To wait. I can see there are like some 2 videos in line. Tuzicheze alafu uendelee. Is that in line? Bwana Robert. Okay, you can react.
Yeah, so sasa wewe uliada bwana, ukaniacha was hanging kwa hapo kama mtura bwana. The shortest shot tumekuwa nayo, lakini I was able to hang in, lakini baadaye you disappeared on me, but it's good you open it. Sasa Njiru, kuna mambo ambayo tunataka tuongee hapa. Hii mambo ya Olkarau, I think it has turned the politics of Kenya upside down for Ruto. And that's a fact. Sasa jana, mimi nilikuambia captains wakati before once hiyo mambo yako ya kufunga studio ambayo ilikuwa almost 1.5 some hours wakati anaingia ukiweka mambo ya Kindika. Keep on hammering. Can you put for me the tape for Olkarau? That tape, we wanted to know, we wanted to mess, we wanted to mess, it was 100 people. 100 few. It was filled by only 100 people. That was yesterday, before Funge saw. So you kienda the same people. I'm talking about the tape ambaye ilimbu na nani alimba huyo.
Kamanda Kioi.
Huyu bwana ya nani? Mwangaza.
Huyu bwana ya Mwangaza, huyu
Kifunga.
Anaitwa Mbaita.
Yeah, na hiyo tape nilitumia Kiev kwanza, nimtumia I know rights na nini. The reason why I brought that tape ilikuwa mapema na kila kitu. The reason why I brought it, I knew what has gone in Olkarau. Things are going to change very, very rapidly. And in fact, that's what happened. That tape right now, it was 100 people yesterday. Now it's almost 30,000 people. And by wameiangalia.
Yeah,
because
I can see it is 29,000 right now, 29K.
Yes, 29K. That tells you the message of Olkarau is sinking. It's sinking very much the Kenyans, but it's sinking Kasongo. He's gone. At this point, he's gone. Let's be sincere on this one here. Here's what I see. Kenya wanted something like Olkarau to happen for us to change the trajectory. Unajua tumekuwa yani huyu jamaa yeye amekuja amechukua pesa za watu. Unajua hakuna kitu ambayo the worst thing you can do as a politician.
Kidogo Roba, na pia wimbo ya nani iko na 87 sahi, 87,000. Kamande Kioi, one day again. Kamande wa Kioi kuna wimbo aliachilia jana iko na 87,000 views as we speak now and counting. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there's a show mlikuwa nayo like 3 days ago na huyu jamaa kauliza mambo, is it a music divines our politics? Politics for 2027 has been divined already. All we need is the leader mwananchi, they come together, they give what tupatie viongozi, then from there we move on. This man is a disaster. This man has done a lot of things. Sasa na hii mambo ya alikuwa hacked. I don't even care. Even hata Wakenya wanamchekelea. No, that's how much we hate him. That's how much this man, people don't even care about him anymore. If tuangalie mambo ya politics ya Olkarau na sahi mahali tuko, they have lost it. They have lost it. Ukiangalia ever mkutano ambaye ilikuwa
He's begging the mountain. He's begging for forgiveness right now to the mountain. Ametuma that albino boy there. Ati sasa pole, what do you want? He's begging the mountain like a little stupid boy now.
Watu wengi bwana, bora imeua watu wengi. Hata kikuja atoe nguo aende, hata fanye nini, aweke underwear night mountain, afanye nini, kichwani achiandike na nini. He's a monster. He's gone. This man should be even buried. He should even die and get out of the face of our country. The man has killed innocent people. He keeps on telling us at yeye ndio fundi wa politics. Fundi wa politics. Fundi wa spana. Huyu jamaa, if he really wanted to good for the country, he could have handled this corruption. Our country right now, I'm telling my friends, our country is going to face more and more even anger and other things because we are not prepared. We have lost it. At this point, we have lost it. The only way we can send a message is like the Olkarau people, they have laid a foundation. What vile Yesu Kristo alikuja akafanya nini? He crucified himself. He crucified. Crucifixion is the same way what Olkarau wamefanyia Kenya. Hii injili ya Olkarau lazima ifanye nini? Iendelee. At this point, there's no compromise. Hii vile hiyo guni sasa imeimbwa. Can you imagine in better note, huyu jamaa wameleta watu wanatisha na hawa mafia wa Karenjini ambao wako huko na watu wengine from Central, some of them from Mount Kenya, ati wanakuja kutisha watu mabunduki na nini, kutisha. They want to practice for 2027. Lakini Itumbi wanakuja 2027. Unajua nini? If they can be act right now, 2 days after Olkarau, wamekuwa hacked. Hakuna hata tuambia atakuja kuiba kura 2027. Kura gani ataiba huyu? Wacha tuangalia hata yeye ni fundi. Hii ni hiyo mechanic hiyo ambaye hata achili hata kuoka hata kirobo. 2027 huyu jamaa anaenda. Hata yeye atakura. Hata we can even see the election even before afika huko. Huyu ni nuts. Watu wanamkura. Hata wengine wenye wanapakia they also want wamkule. At the end of the day, utaona ikifika karibu na kura, utaona vile watu wanamkimbia. He doesn't have a say right now. He doesn't have a say. He cannot even cross. Hata ibe kura tutamnyonga. He will just no way. Now I like what Orengo said. This time we are not going to 20 koti. This time tukipiga kura tunaelekea State House the same night. Tunakambio tunangojea yeye atoke. And that's what's going to happen. That's how much this man has united Kenyans. And it's good for the country because we are sick and tired of corruption. It's all about corruption. Ati mnakuja kununua watu ndio. Najua by the way, hii pesa walitumia ingine, akina Moses kule wamekula, ingine wameweka mahali wameweka na nini. At the end of the day, they are using our money to benefit themselves. They are using our money to bribe people. And the huge jamaa fikiri yes na vile mama amesema hapo, he thought that he can use money to buy election. But this time, we are going to send a message right and clear 2027. Hapa sio Museveni, hapa sio huyu mama wa Tanzania, hapa si Burundi, mnaenda Burundi. This is the people of Kenya, where the will of the people would prevail, not the will of a dictator. We dictator, we know we define our destiny, and our destiny has been laid off, or it has been set up for 2027 with the Olkarau people. Olkarau, thank you for what you did. And it's now time we go and get it. We send a message very clear. Pesa leta, na nini, sasa rusa ni akina Junaid Mohamed, ni akina nini. Waje nikwambie, 2 weeks from now, hakuna ODM wamekuwa sacked. I do not even have, there's no even time. I'm very happy. Orengo ameteclare, no more ODM. ODM is gone. Sasa tuko na Rinda Mwananchi, yeye ndio kiongozi. Sivuna is HT now. From SG, we are headed in the right direction. We are waiting for Gachagua, Akuje, we unite, we get some candidates, we move on. We move on. We move on. We done the page of dictatorship, corruption, a lot of nonsense. We don't want they're governing. Kifua mbele na nini. To a good government, a situation where all of us we go there, a country we develop, people deliver, kama wakishindwa, we change them. Hakuna mambo ya kukuja kuua vijana ama dictating what. It's time for us to move. We want normal. Kenya Uhuru alituacha tumeanza kuingia normal. Lakini jamaa amekuja tena ametuweka setback. Na hiyo setback yake, its time is coming to an end. And no more politician will do no more. Thank you guys. Let me hear from some of you. Let me leave it there.
Okay, so Robert, thank you for that. So what you will allow me before I react to what you have said, because I also want to understand if other communities as well, kama kuna manyimbo zinatolewa, because I know songs are very serious. And I really miss even the rural community na wamekuangu wakitutolea manyimbo sana. I don't know why sasa saa hii ni kama wamenyamaza. Yani hakuna mjaluo anaweza tutolea wimbo ya one time. Bwana Roba, akina Tony Nyandundo, they are not there anymore.
No, there's some, if you see the song, there's a new song I think ambaye imekuja ambaye akina Orengo walikuwa wanatumia leo. Si nani ameimba hiyo na ilikuwa very inapiga sana vizuri. Waje nikwambie, tusikuja hapa tena tuanze kuongea mambo sio Wajaruo nini na nini. I'm telling you, Ruo Nyanza is not with Ruto. Ruo Nyanza wanataka kukura saa hii. That's what they are saying.
So tuseme hata ni vile Luo Nyanza ni kama Olkarau, ni vile yao kukura yao ni more extended.
Sasa uliona hata yule jamaa ambaye I think Linda Mwananchi wamesema kutoka 4 yuko maeneo yuko atakuwa governor, sio na I can't remember his name. Haya kila mtu sasa nafika hata deni yetu, rais yako na deni. Pesa ile viatu na sisi na ile mitungi na nini, lakini imaanisha tuna, yani imekuwa kama mchezo sasa. Imekuwa kama yani something like a joke. Sasa imekuwa kama ile wanaita Saturday night jokes. Ukiangalia kwa mitandao na vile the Kenyan people paka imefika paka Tanzania. Tanzania mambo ya Olkarau imefika huko. More especially hii mambo ya the way police walikuwa checked hapo. Ukiona hapo vijana kutoka Tanzania wanasema
imefika Nigeria boss. Imefika Nigeria. Hiyo story imefika Nigeria. What are you talking about Tanzania?
Hiyo story ya kusachi makarau.
Kenya is the only country that searches police officers before they enter polling station. Hiyo kitu imefika Nigeria bana. They are shocked.
No, itabidi mtuoneshe hizo videos bwana. Robert, si utumie Kipril hiyo video tusione. Those are some of the things which should rate us here. Robert, keep tuweke hiyo video ya Nigeria hapa. Please, kama uko nayo.
Yeah, wanasema wa Kenya.
Look for it. Niliona tu bana. Ati Kenya is only country that police officers are being searched at polling stations.
Sasa ukiona Tanzania na Uganda wanasema senator wa Kenya anakuja anambia rais na kuheshimu lakini sikuogopi. Kama hiyo ungesema huko kwa Museveni ama usema huko kwa huyu dictator Samia, hapa watakutoa mpaka suruali ya ndani na kila kitu hapo, utakuwa naked hapo, watapiga risasi wewe. That's how Kenya we have gone that far. We are still the beacon of East Africa. Kuambia kweli. We are. Na hii 2027 when we send this man home, utaona we'll be back hata hakuna mtu ambaye ataamini sisi. Atasema wa Kenya sio watu wa kucheza. Na sisi unajua huyu jamaa alipata he had a chance. So the chance he was given, he was supposed to deliver the country from where Uhuru Kenyatta aliachia. Ndiye anakuja sasa kutuambia after 4-5 years at uspende usipende whatever he has done, that's what he has done. Uspende is ndio fundi ya mama yake. Niachia hapo.
There is a famous statement Ruto anapenda kutumia sana, and maybe I also want you guys to react to it. Kipril kabla tucheze video. History ya Ruto kurabish kila kitu, tutakutana na nyinyi hapa mbele. What does he mean with that? Ati tutakutana na nyinyi hapa mbele. Sasa then I'm also seeing even some people are getting scared and I'm still thinking that maybe kuna kitu Ruto ametupangia tujui. Hiyo statement ya Ruto akisema hakuna shida, tutakutana na nyinyi hapa mbele. What does it mean? Anyone to react on that?
Njiro, unajua he's saying it kwa sababu he wants to scare people. Yeye anafikiri yeye is above. That's the kind of language anatumia. Unajua it's just like it's a psychology at work. That's what it's psychology. It's not like he means what he's doing. But at the end of the day, wengine alituambia hapo mtu ambaye wana share the same mwenye makamu wake, the VP yake, the second person to him. Si aliambia Gachagua watakutana hapo Olkarau. Alikuja hapo, si alinyolewa huko bila maji, kijua ilinyolewa bila maji. Tutakutana huko. It's the same thing.
I found your video. Is a
hiyo ndio tutaanza nayo.
Yeah, sorry. I just found your
video. Kidogo. Bwana Roba, ama tucheze ya Nigeria kwanza, alafu ukuje.
Yeah, me just wait. Yeah, Kiesa as long as you can because I have like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think it is wrong.
I'll put my laptop on because I'm driving. That would be even good for me.
Okay. One moment.
Unaona mpaka na Citizen ili report police were being searched. Unaingia unaenda wapi?
Is that normal? Like no. Those guys who are reacting like from other countries, they always think that police ndio wako above the law, ama like police ndio anafaa kukua akiangalia vitu. Na watu wa Olkarau walitoa hiyo ujasiri wapi?
Let me say this, Njiro. That's a very good question on that one. But let me give you a very good example on our neighboring countries. Our neighbor, those dictators, right now you can even go there, and that's what Museveni did. They used the law enforcement, police, kuja na marked parrots ndani ya kuweka na kuiba. So that's what we have to do 2027. It's not like these guys here. Look at the Tanzania election. The last time did Magufuli na nini. Unaona polisi wanaingia na hiyo mifuko, wanatoa hiyo ballot papers, wanaweka ndani, zinahesabiwa kama kura. So this is Wakenya. We are beyond all this. So kuambia kweli, it's good
Soma
also we
comment
should
ya
give our
Timothy.
police enforcement for cooperating. Na wao wanasema sisi hatuna hiyo. That's credit, we have to give them credit. Even though kuna wengine ambao sio wazuri, but this was very good for them. And they gave them, like, people start trusting, giving a trust on the police. Kwa sababu when you cooperate, unajua kama angekuwa nchi nyingine kama hiyo Rwanda, hapa Tanzania ama Uganda, wanangasa polisi hiyo ndo nacho, wanakushika tu, wanakuweka bingo. Lakini kwa sababu katiba tuko nayo na power of the people, the police, they did the right thing. And I want those policemen, we should give them credit, we should even appreciate them for what they did.
Njeru, soma your comment. Soma your comment. You have to read it. I know it's DCP. You have to read it.
The Timo H H7E. I think Gachagua is giving them the loopholes they used to steal last election. Have you heard
Come
me?
again? Come
I
again?
think Gachagua is giving them the loopholes they used to steal last election.
Again? Slowly. Come again. Slowly.
I think
Yes.
Gachagua is giving them the loopholes they used to steal last elections.
Yeah, so Gachagua helped Ruto steal the last election. Yes? Yes?
Of course,
Say
walikuwa
yes.
kikapu moja. Correct.
Yes, that's what I wanted to hear. Yes. Gachagua and Ruto stole from Raila Amolo Odinga. Hata mkivaa kofia ya DCP, let us listen to that again slowly, very carefully. I think Gachagua is giving them loopholes how they used to steal last elections. And that is what we need from Gachagua. Hiyo ni kazi ya Gachagua sasa. If Gachagua does that, he's my friend. Thank you.
Roba, you still want to react before your 15 minutes are over? Alafu mimi nicheze videos. Kipriru usiende. I have so many videos to get from you. Please. Roba, you can react because you said you have 10 to 15 minutes, so that in Kukate, you can finish up.
It's 3 o'clock.
Yeah, ni sawa. So wacha nicheze. Nataka kuzicheza zote kwa laini kwa mpwito.
Yeah,
Nimekutumia pia video ingine, you can pray.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock.
I want to tell you, in Olkarau, over 11 polling companies have done their polls. There is no way the UDA candidate can win. No way. The last one was done on Friday by a friend of mine. He runs a company called Polytrack. And they have 5 wards. And he polled 200 people per ward. And the DCP candidate was at 64%, despite UDA bribing voters openly. And I listened to the IEBC chair. That is weak from the chairman. The chairman should step up and say the state must stop bribing voters. You bribe voters with gas cylinders, with mattresses that are meant for Mathare Hospital and Kenyatta Hospital. You bribe them with blankets. You bribe them with farm inputs. You bribe them with chicks you know, and a lot of money to the extent, and I want to tell young people from Olkarau, do not allow this state to pump and force you to have a certain individual as your member of parliament. Stand firm and fight for your rights and ensure you vote for the right leader.
Okay.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is this. Yeah. The state has sent literally all ministers, all PSs, all state agencies are in Olkarau, trying to hoodwink people to vote for the UDA candidate. That is not democracy.
Oh, all right, Mheshimiwa Kibagende. Fred, now we are witnessing.
I think Gachagua is giving them loopholes they used to steal last elections. Play the next video. I want it to sink in. I want it to sink in. Ingie kwa kichwa. Then you understand. Play the next video. Play the next video.
Na uniweke hiyo ya mabona kidogo.
Yes, I think Gachagua is giving them the loopholes they used to steal that election. Go ahead.
Kuga ihora ria kihunyuro nego kumuthwo wega nginya ukahunyuka wega gatheti ni ratariria ndeto yo nego kanega ndikirie maundu tore marataririo ni gatheti ya The Standard gatheti ya The Nation gatheti
Kombe machungwa tamu. Habari yako mama? Salama sana. Machungwa ni how much? Kombe? Nataka kununua 1000 nipeleke mama yangu. 1000? Kwani mama yako anaishi wapi? Olkarau. Watu wa Olkarau hatuuzi machungwa. Watu wa Olkarau hatuuzi kitu, sikarudisha pesa yako. Hatuuzi. Uko na baba? Chukua ya baba. Chukua ya baba, uko na anko. Chukua ya anko. Aya. Uko na auntie. Chukua ya auntie. Aya. Yes, uko na auntie. Huwezi kosa adui. Chukulia machungwa. Chukulia machungwa, chukulia. Mkona kapusi. Kanyau. Tuko nayo lakini chukulia nyau. Azikulangi. Hizi ni Olkarau. Itakula weka machungwa. Itakula weka machungwa. In fact, beba yote na mkokoteni. Niende na mkokoteni. Uwa mkokoteni mbele ya watu wa Olkarau. Leo siuzi kitu. Tarekia watu wa
Huo ni mkutano wanaenda kusikiliza, I think watu ya ODM na wanakuja wakisema one term. Wow.
Pewa gas na baada anasema one term. Mount Kenya amepewa mattress baada anasema one term. Mount Kenya amehakikisha stima kwa nyumba anasema one term. Mount Kenya barabara imenyoroshwa anasema one term. Na wale watu wanatusaliti kwa hii kizazi ya saa hii ni Wetangula, Mudavadi na Orengo na Sifuna wameenda chachi. Ile kitu serikali inaweza fanya the best, viongozi wa Nyanza ni kupea vijana mawe na mishale na panga waende wapigane na viongozi. Na kundi akikuja kuataki kiongozi, Ruto mwenyewe alisema piga risasi mguu aende hospitali atoke huko akienda kotini. Hapana kubembeleza hizi nyangarika. Mr. Speaker, wale wananchi wote wananiangalia.
We wouldn't have even lost Olkarau. We would not have lost Olkarau because one of the things that I've been told is that we are taking the public for granted. We are very...
There is something I want Bwana Kipurira, hata kama sijaendelea. Mili Mabona anasema even Olkarau we could not have lost. Meaning that she is aligning with UDA. Why is he saying even in Olkarau we couldn't have lost? What are
you talking about? What are you talking about? Can you stop listening to UDA ODM politics? Millie is protecting. Although I like her, I like bad girl. Bad girl is good.
Okay, relax kidogo, wacha amalize usikie. You can react to it.
No. We don't listen to people. We do not know what people are going through.
You posed her. I have to react. Bad girl, Bad girl, I says Mlaumu. Bad girl is from Nyanza politics. She's the one that says she doesn't want any zoning. She wants the people to choose their politicians. If indeed the party that she belongs to goes to broad base, she chose to be in that party. She chose to be in broad base because her party is selling broad base. And she's chosen to allow the people to pick her for me. Bad girl is one of those few politicians in ODM I respect. I see her in parliament. I see her fighting for the people of Suna South. Is it Suna? I don't know which part of Suna. She is a very good politician. You hear her talk about this, she means it. Even if she's on broad base right now, trust me, it is because of her party. This is one of the few people in broad base I forgive. So usichape bad girl. Bad girl is okay. Bad girl is all right. Yes.
Weka hiyo ingine nimekurushia hapo.
People are suffering. But when Millie Odhiambo says, I am told nimeka Nyamakara kakarora getiana. Weuru walo anoko buoga. Simo kalo buogo.
Wachana na bad girl. Bad girl is fine. Wachana na mimi niko naye. She's not like Gladys Wanga. This is a serious politician. She never hurts her people. Never have you ever heard her take bribe. Never have you heard her bribe people. She gives advice to ODM. She's one of the few soldiers of Raila Amolo Odinga. Wachana naye bana. Hapo mimi namtetea. Huyu mama namtetea bana. Me, I'm a diehard fan of bad girl. Huh? Mimi nakonga fan wake. Hapo nitamtetea. Yes.
Yako. Hapa niko na kiberiti yako. Hapa niko na mali yako. Nataka ukujie. Na kama ukujii, wacha nikuonyeshe saa hii vile hizi vifaa zinataka zifanyiwe. Ruwele kuranga Raila, ruwele ko. Ruwele. Hapa tunachoma Raila na grupu yake yote. Nataka ishe kabisa na iende. Tutambui bwana Raila aliende na sisi tunadhalilishwa na watoto wetu. ODM kwisha. ODM Western kwisha. ODM Western kwisha. Ruwele kuranga ODM, ruwele ko. Ruwele. ODM ungua uende na Gladys Wanga. Mimi pana tambua ODM. Umetusumbulia mtoto wetu. Very fucking. Tuharibia mtoto wetu. Gladys nakwambia. Angalia vile hiyo ODM inaungua. Kwa heri ODM. Wachana na Sifuna. Wachana na Sifuna. Gladys, wachana na Sifuna. Wewe Mbadi wachana na Sifuna. Kabisa. Wewe Andai wachana na Sifuna. ODM kwa heri. Kwa heri ODM. Kwa heri. Kwa heri Raila. Kwa heri Western. Kwa heri kabisa. Wewe Gladys hauna adabu. Nasema nimekuchoma. Na huna amani na mimi. Gladys, wacha nikwambie, hautatuweza. Watu wa Western hautatuweza. Raundi hii tumepata kijana wetu na tumemalizana na wewe. ODM Western imeisha na sitawahi vaa nguo ya ODM. Na sitawahi vaa nguo yote ya ODM. ODM Western imeisha. Kijana yetu Sifuna, toka. Kuja mbele sasa. Leta hiyo chama. Tuko tayari. Saa hii hakuna kubageni. Saa hii tunajua umetoka. Na saa hii wacha nikwambia kijana yetu, tuko na wewe mundu kumudu. Tunapambana na wewe. Wewe Mbadi nataka nikwambie, umekalia pesa na hakuna pesa penye itakupeleka. Mbadi umekalia pesa na hata isaidii Wajaluo, haisaidii watu wa Lake. Umekalia pesa na hata isaidii watu wako, ndio wameishi kwa maofisi wakitafuta msaada. Wai Madi! Madi! Wanga! Kujani munishike. Nimesema nimesahau vile nilisika Raila mwingine nimesika leo. Hamutaniona ODM. Ukiniona ODM uniulize natafuta nini? ODM kwa heri. Pumbafu nyinyi. Pumbafu Wanga. Ushinde katika jina la Yesu. Hauna maana mbele yetu. Sisi ni wamama na hutatulinganisha na wewe. Wewe ni mwanamke bwege. Asanteni sana.
Nataka mureact to your story bana. That is Western unyoking themselves from ODM. Kiprir, can you react to that? That is serious. Is that the mood in Western? ODM is on a
slippery. Western needs to unite together. I still don't feel like it is strong enough. Bado ejashika. Because animals like Wetangula and Mudavadi still have voice there. There are still people like Ditmas that have voice there. We've got people like, what's the name of this stupid young boy? Wamumias. Judge. Jamaa anaitwa juu ana meno 350 anaitwa juu. So until I came here in the video and said you must respect Eugene Wamalwa. I know I am saying that. To have a united front in Western, they still need a bit of work because it's the largest. Is it the second or large? I think it's the second largest tribe in Kenya after the Kikuyu. If you lock Western, Ruto has no chance. It's done, finished. Because we'll have the Kikuyus, and then we'll have the Luyas, even without their brothers and sisters from Embu and Meru, having the Kikuyus and Luyas uniting against Ruto, finished, done, Wisha. There's no other formula. There's no other formula. Ruto can go across the country anywhere and do a combination of other tribes. If you have number 1 and 2 together, Ruto has no choice but to lose the elections and give us our president, Martha Karua. You know, I have to say that. You know.
Tunasonga mbele na moshina. Walikuwa naimba tu tunasonga mbele na moshina. Hebu niweke hiyo wimbo hapo kwanza. Tuimbe hiyo alafu.
Wewe nicheze yangu kwanza, acha ujinga.
Haya,
30 seconds.
Na mimi niweke hiyo ingine.
Vincent Rotich for MBM Rwadigir. Yani gitali ndeto. Kama itanyone digir. DCP. Ogi yana Rwadigir. Eba DCP. Ogi tele ogi mwakemane nyoraya. Ogi tele Rwadigir. Agaba DCP. Ogi tele ogi mwakemane nyoraya. Tine nyongo epine tira ogo gaskine moeraya. Ogen namyiga nete ndigire. Kitalinde si nyongo telele ndigirga ogo gaskine moeraya. Vincent Rotich for MBM Rwadigir. Yani kitalinde tu. Kama itanyone ndigir. DCP. Ogi yana Rwadigir. Eba DCP. Ogi tele ogi mwakemane nyoraya. Ogi tele Rwadigir. Agaba DCP. Ogi tele ogi mwakemane nyoraya. Simure epyene tirao gogas kine moeraya Ogen nam nyigane tendigire Kitalinda zinyongo telelende kirga gogas kine moeraya Ogi yande murwadigir Ebe DCP Ogi teleli ogi moche mani nyoraya Ogi tele murwadigir Agebe DCP Ogi teleli ogi moche mani nyoraya
Vincent must try again.
I think, and Vincent will make it now.
Must try again.
Vincent will make it. Ngoja kidogo.
Vincent Rotich for MBA murwadigir Yani kitalinde tu Kama itanyone digir DCP Ogi yande murwadigir Ebe DCP Ogi teleli ogi moche mani nyoraya Ogi tele murwadigir Agebe DCP Ogi teleli ogi moche mani nyoraya Ogi simureni gendigir Vincent Roti ne nyongo epyene tirao gogas kine moeraya Ogi nam nyigane tendigire Kitalinda zinyongo telelende kirga gogas kine moeraya Ogi yande murwadigir Ebe DCP Ogi teleli ogi moche mani nyoraya Ogi tele murwadigir Agebe DCP Ogi teleli ogi moche mani nyoraya
Noma sana. Hapo ni wapi? Hapo ni Iran. Kipri, is that Iran or what?
I don't know. You sent me that video. It's your video.
Oh, maybe I did the wrong way. Okay. Kipril, kuna nimekutumia iko hapo chini. Niwekee hiyo.
DCP hiyo kitu bana iko kichangu bana. Mi Vincent has to win next time bana bro.
But ile kitu inani encourage na Vincent ni even after losing to DCP after being stolen by UDA amefocus sana. Kwani watu wa Ruto wajajaribu kutafuta huyo jamaa?
He doesn't want corruption. There are people who don't want corruption, my friend. They're honorable people.
Yeah, hata by then niliona
Bwana video ngeno akipigana na polisi. That is what the people want of Imurtikir.
Yeah, hebu tatuweke. Yeah. I think they want something, somebody serious.
Radical.
Kuna nimekuwekea inaitwa teacher. Bwana Kiprira unless
teacher. Alafu utaniacha niende kulala. Oh, nimechoka sana.
Yeah, unless
nimeenjoy leo show. Tujapigana na Roba. I'm
Nilikuwa
still
nataka
very sad.
nilikuwa nataka tuimbe hiyo wimbo ya tunasonga mbele na moshina. Nataka yani hawa mama wanaiba na ngasa hapo. That is what I want us to. Nimekutumia hiyo video
Kuna naiba na gas.
Wacha niweka haina kitu nimefungua. Hiyo ni vitu ya UV inakuwa destroy. Lakini kwa kusema ukweli,
it's called panic my brother. It's panic.
Sorry ndio. Ile Serambasi tumegongwa na yani like hata kama watu wanasemanga saa zingine Serambasi inakimbia. Hii ya Olkarau imekimbia. And do you know that mwaka mmoja bwana Kipriu ni kitu kadogo sana.
I know this is too late. Ruto made a very bad calculation. Hiyo kitu ya Gachagua. It is the worst decision you can ever make as a politician. And then, even to make matters worse, is moving towards Luo Nyanza. The laws are not stupid. I don't know why people think that they are. Luos already know who stole the election from them. Forget about those.
And they are waiting to revenge. I think Luos
they are waiting for revenge.
To revenge in silence.
Huh? Yes, they're not going to. Luos are not stupid. I think we try too much to generalize. It's the same way we did not give the benefit of the doubt to the Kikuyu community. Luos are going to surprise you. They are going to surprise you. Ruto is about to kupata butwa. Because if these people are going to be trained how to protect their vote the way Gachagua has told them how to do it, I'm beginning to believe in what Martha Karua told me. And that is what the civic education that's going to happen in the next few months. Ruto is about to have the most epic slap you'd ever see. At a chap of coffee. Because the people who helped him steal elections over and over again are on the other side. We are working with the thugs. Gachagua is a thug. Nobody can ever change my mind about that. Gachagua is a thug. And we are working with one of them. So to watch mchezo Ruto. Ruto, you have no friends. That is the worst thing you can ever do to yourself politically. Is lose political friends. Who's Ruto's friend now? Nikukuliza. Nani rafiki ya Ruto?
Si rafiki ya Ruto sasa ni akina Sudi na Kiborek na
I'm not talking about his tribe mates. Those are like your brothers. You cannot talk about anybody outside his tribe. Nani rafiki yake? Oburu Odinga nani? Raila castigated his own brother. He already said who is Oburu. There's a video of Raila asking who Oburu is. Sema is just a name. Ruto atachapa kofi bana. Ruto is in trouble. I'm believing. I'm becoming a believer. Yes, nimekokea video zako njesu. Ndio niende kulala. Njiru.
Wacha nicheze hii video, niweke hiyo nyingine ya mwisho ni tudogo alafu uende. The last one nimekuwekea.
Lao wamenifunza kuna padi mwingine nilikuwa natumia gafea kila saa kujijo. Nilitumia so mbili hadi hiyo so mbili ilifika 2 million. Dem bado akuchi bana. Ogopa mabadi za Olkarau. Bro, munaletewa karibu. Okay, ile yangu ni kidogo. Munaletewa 20 billion in development. Na bado manze. Hiyo fare yenye mmekula ni mingi, hiyo ni mingi bro. Jana mumewekewa mpaka fare kwa simu. Mimi naogopa watu Olkarau. Ni mbaya my friend.
Tunasonga mbele.
What do you let me ask you a question? No, hold on. There's something I saw in messages. The deaths of people in Olkarau have all been fulfilled.
What?
Do you know that? Yes.
Wale
watu walikuwa, yes. Watu wenye walikuwa na mkopo kwa M-Pesa Pesa yao yote imelipiwa. Mwenye alikuwa na 800 ya mkopo imetolewa, mwenye alikuwa na 1200 imetolewa. People are sending screenshots of their debts being forgiven in Olkarau. Imagine that. Hakuna mtu ana deni huko Olkarau. Do you know that? Hata zile deni
inaitwa ni kusonga mbele na Mushina.
Hata zile deni za mtu unaenda kwa chai kununua na chakula kila kitu, ati unasema nitakuja kulipa kesho, acha nikule, acha nilipe kesho. Hata hizo deni za kibanda zimelipwa. There are no debts in Olkarau. Hakuna mtu ana deni huko. Wacha mambo ya boat, wacha mambo ya barabara. Debts are done in Olkarau. Trust me. There are screenshots, my friend. And that is the biggest thing that Ruto has done to Olkarau. Forgiven debts. Hakuna mtu ana deni. There are prostitutes in Olkarau right now. I'm sorry to use that word. Yes. Because there's money floating to date. There's somebody who made 10,000 in one day. Because Olkarau is a rich county. Olkarau is one of our food baskets. Trans Nzoia, Olkarau, Uasin Gishu. Those are the rich counties in Kenya. Unakuja kupatia mtu maragwe na anapanda maragwe. How stupid are you? Selling snow to an Eskimo. Does that make sense to me? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Olkarau waliletea ugali ban. Wanaletea relief food. Yet these people are not starving. Hakuna mtu uko Olkarau ana chakula ya kukula. That one, take it to the bank. I can tell you for a fact, it's Nyandarua. Nyandarua is a very rich county. Ruto is stupid. Kufanya hiyo ujinga yote amefanya huko. I'll tell you, Ruto is stupid. How do you bribe people who have money? It's called the unbribable. Ni kama kuleta masamaki huko kwa watu my brothers from Luo Nation, ama kuletea mkale Mursik. You don't do that. Njeru ukiniletea Mursik nitakuangalia kama mjinga. How do you bring me Mursik? Ruto is a fool. Anyway, continue.
Wewe ni wa two term, ni kama kusema publicly ati wewe ni Illuminati ama wewe ni devil worshipper. Watu wanakuogopa design nyingine hujaiona because they see clearly that there is something wrong with your head. Haki ya nani? Ni kama kusema wewe ni devil worshipper ama Illuminati.
You missed the other
kusema
video.
Wewe ni wa two
You missed
term
the other video.
ni kama kusema publicly ati wewe ni Illuminati ama wewe ni devil worshipper. Watu wanakuogopa design nyingine hujaiona because they see clearly that there is something wrong with your head. Haki ya nani? Ni kama kusema wewe ni devil worshipper ama Illuminati.
You missed the video.
Karau turauga atiriri.
Hiyo ama
Tweherie Ruto.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ona matuima maretwa maitu me register inere. Somehow nituroya candidate itu. Na riu ri candidate itu ri niwe tuguthura. No Ruto ndagathana ringi. He'll never rule again. And that, take it to the bank. Ndagathana. Mbeca iria tuiyite ri is good enough. Maundu maria tuhenagia ri is good enough. Nituiganite, nitukinyite handu tukaigua atiriri. Sasa umetu dikwaria kiugwa kiu. Umetu nini sana. And we no longer want it. Daga okay. Yes, Ruto never. Tinie ni andu a Karau, andu a Mount Kenya. maugite tiga register no magia no ria mathaka nayo wame.
Huyo ni mzae anasema Ruto hata ongoza Kenya tena. Kipril, huyo ni mzae anasema anasema Ruto hataongoza. Kipril, wewe unaona motivation? It is rumored
That is Olkarau. That is Olkarau. What are you telling me? Olkarau are rich. Ruto is stupid. Olkarau are rich people.
Yeah, but unajua Olkarau is a food basket for Kenya. Viazi, I think wanalima viazi huko nini, alafu unawapelekea. I even believe hata hiyo tu pesa Ruto alikuwa amepeleka hiyo ni tu pesa.
Pocket change bana. Those are pocket change, those people. What are you doing bana? Hata kuna wafanyikazi walikuwa wanaenda kufanya huko kazi. Hata wako wanajua kuna pesa inaletwa na Ruto. Ruto made a big blunder. The thing is, ile kazi alikuwa ameanza na barabara hapo Olkarau, angeendelea na hiyo. That's what they needed. I'll tell you the truth. The thing that he would have continued was the
I think hata venye alianzia kupeleka maboat hapo, hata ndiye alianza
blanketi. Unaona vile hizo mattress zilirudishwa kama mjinga bana, zilirudishwa bana. Blanketi zilirudishwa, mavitu zilitupwa hivyo. I'll tell you, there are communities in Kenya that would never return those mattresses na viatu. Zilirudi. If you can see somebody that can deny things like mattresses, it means they can afford it. It was excess to them. It was excess to people of Olkarau. Waliona kama ni excess. Ilikuwa kama madharau. Some of them went home with them and felt ashamed. Because Nyandarua people are rich. I'm not saying about rich like wealthy. I'm just saying there are communities that actually help feed the nation. So ilikuwa madharau. I'll tell you the truth. Hiyo kitu yenye Ruto alifanya huko Olkarau ilikuwa madharau. Ona nyumba. Look at the house behind him. Hiyo ni ya matope. That's a well-structured building out there. Look at how that old man is dressing. If you see an old man in Baringo, like this old man, nguo zake zitakuwa zimeraruka, you look dirty. This old man looks presentable. I'm sorry to say that. He looks clean. He looks his language.
Udi unataka ati kubribe akupigie kura.
Kuna kitu kama hiyo.
Huyu hata ukimpea ngiri 5 si atakula na aende. I think pia history ya kubribe watu you also need to know.
Huyo nakwambia hiyo pesa alipatia his grandchildren as pocket money. Enda shule na hiyo ni yako ya kwenda shule nayo. These are farmers, my friend. You don't bribe farmers.
Haya, wacha tucheze video zako ili uende ukalale.
Yes.
We andu ara maroragia wakamauwe ku ni we uyu ni mahigaraga u ni kurangira kura ndira kure ci mutingiragia riri kuiya ona ki ani o marugagira mawirio kuria mutitu.
Hiyo ni mabarabara inafungwa, msiende kuiba kura. Wow.
Ni serikali ndio inachochea na si serikali gani ni hii. Hata mimi ni member ya UDA na regret kwa nini nilichakua hii ambaye inaletea hata sangine itafanya nisiende mbinguni. Naomba msamaha Mungu.
Kuna kabidi ya mwisho nimekutupia hapo. Very important. Alafu uende sasa. Ya mwisho kabisa.
Mini fingerprinter bro. Videos come in rapid
succession. Another thing, nataka kusema, another thing nataka kusema kwa media. Kasongo akipita kura atatuambia alitoa wapi kura.
Asante sana. Hawa ni maoni ya wakazi wa eneo hili la Kawangware.
Sawa, Kipiriri, you can rest now. Go ahead sleep. Nikutoe
sawa bro. Yeah, thank you bro. Leo nimefurahi, but rest in peace Raila Amolo Odinga. I thought of him today. He disappointed us, but I still
we respect him. We respect him.
I miss him. I miss him.
He still did a lot in.
He pissed me off, but I miss him. Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Right later. Bye.
Aya, wacha niwaingize Mwatate sasa. Kuna mtu anaitisha video za maybe, wacha niweke Gitungati, niweke wimbo ya Gitungati kidogo, alafu niwarushe. Wacha tusikilize Gitungati, lazima tusikilize Gitungati. Where is Gitungati? Ndio hii YouTube. Siwezi cheza direct hapa, so nitacheza tu hapa. Kamando wa Kioi, Gitungati. Netowe idora tutagadura, netowe ore aide tutagadura. Ama nia mujui. Nataka kuwekea where the rain started beating them. Unajua saa zingine where rain started beating them. Kamando wa Kioi. Wacha niweke. Netowe ore tutagadura. Matuko. Here, with your way, or Gadura, not your way, or at the Pagadura, with your way, or at the Pagadura, not the way, or at the Pagadura. Here. The same mutalilia kwa choo invoke kwa the next song. That is the characteristics of serious singers. We call them iterative song. Mutalilia kwa choo. Na ukisikia Mkikuyu akikwambia unalilia kwa choo, that is the epic one. Kiara, no togadura, no towe, ora togadura, no towe, ora togadura, no towe, ora togadura. Hatujui ambaye tutachagua, lakini tunajua yule hatuta. Tutiowe, ora togadura. Hey, hey. Sete. Degrees yanyu cia maheni. Your degrees are fake. Tumetenga. No. Tenga. Hiyo wimbo iko na 1.2 million views 3 months ago. The power of creativity. No togadura, no towe, ora togadura, tutiowe, no togadura, no towe, ora togadura. Tumewangojea tuwanyoe bila maji. Niko kandi. Risasi namba 1. We no togadura, no towe, ora togadura, tutio we no togadura, That's a serious clarion call. And this is the detonation point. And it's a real message. And we have been saying here, Kikuyus, watu wa Mlima, and many other people in Kenya, they don't care who will be there other than kama sio Ruto. So wale ambao wanafikiria ati Wakikuyu, they are ready for anyone. So yule ambaye alikuwa anafikiria ati Wakikuyu hatapigia huyo sababu, and by the way, Wakikuyu they don't even care kama watakuwa kwa debe, lakini wanajua yule ambaye ni ujui wewe ulikonjua kwa kitanda na ukalalia Otogadura, notoe, oria totagadura, Kasongo. Na, notoe, nototagadura. Ambia Kasongo shinda sio Itumbi, ni vile kimeumana. Shinda sio Itumbi. Kasongo the other day, si aliambiwa hata akifufua ndani Kimathi ni one term. It doesn't matter. Every day, thousands of loads are ready to roll on. Itungati. Dedication to Olkarau. Ninesaru. Kewadia. Itangamo. Mararera kioro. Niliwaambia jana, siasa ya 2027 it will be the first politics in Kenya mutaifanya mkuwa mumesmile. Yani ile tu unajua hii ni sure bet. 2027 will be the first politics in Kenya, ile ambayo mnafanya mkijua nani anaanguka. And ndio nakwambia this one will be the first politics. Mimi, this one will be the first politics where we will do it with no panic. Sawa, wacha nikwe nakubali. Ani nitawapea poll ziko. Nakuwekea, I'm checking for you. Ini when you interface all of them, when you interface all of them, interface what? When you interface all of them, acha niingize Mbudi. Karibu sana Mbudi, najua Sabbath imeisha. Sabbath imeisha, karibu sana. Ani, you have it, ndio hiyo. Gachagua message tena. I don't know if it is true, but there is a lot of positive vibe for Gachagua. So there is a good surge for Gachagua and Sifuna. Kalonzo and Matiang'i, they are at a stagnant level. Ruto is on a nosedive. Those are my numbers. Aya, Budi, you can react to. Sijui kama unataka kuanza na Linda Mwananchi somewhere in Ukambani leo. No, in Coast, or you want to react to the repos of Olkarau. Unataka kuanza wapi? Karibu sana. Thank you.
Mimi ya Taita sija hiyo ya Mlinda Mwananchi I didn't watch because anyway I did not have an opportunity. You understand why. So
okay, you can react to Olkarau, and do you think now we are now getting the momentum we need? And in the polling which I check, by the maybe I can just give you this one as an undertone, although it's not official in yangu too. It looks like Gachagua is surging again. What's up? Like Gachagua is like in the real race now. Like people are a bit very positive about him when it comes to like to the extent like they feel like he can even lead Kenya. Sai venye kuko sai, I don't know, but he is surging. Like there is confidence in him, especially when it comes to election handling, where so much positivity is there, because watu walikuwa naita switch ya kwamba can we have somebody who can defend vote. Then Kalonzo and Matiang'i are still like at stagnant points. I don't know what is happening to their campaign, or that if that is the best they can do. I don't understand, but maybe you can also react to that, because they don't seem to have like a positive point when it comes to surges. Then Ruto is nosediving as well. Yeah, people have started becoming very negative to the extent that even encouraging land itself, they feel like they are being isolated and they are not in two-term. Can you react to all those things?
you know, I wish we understood how the pollsters are done. The scientific nature of the polls. If you generalize it the way you have, then it looks the way you just said it clearly, but it's deeper than that. The frustrations the Kenyans have is not lack of people who can become the president of Kenya. The frustration the Kenyans have is who can beat the system and who is willing by all necessary means. So when those polls are done, you may think on the surface they are answering the problem Kenyans have. I don't know if you're getting me from where I'm coming from. I wish the pools could have been redirected, especially in terms of questionnaire, how that 36% is coming, 37% is coming. 37% is the hopefulness that DCP and Gachagua gives that Ruto can be taken away. But again, in this 37, if you micro again pool, you will have different problems in terms of who should be the president. But because of the intrinsic nature of our loose opposition, then the people of Kenya have basically given Gachagua that responsibility. So it's not like Matiang'i and Ruto are stagnant. I think they don't have what it takes to take Ruto, but they have what it takes to govern Kenya. The problem of democracy, it's not about administration. It is about contestation, which actually Gachagua has won. And I think that number is very low for Gachagua. Right now, if truth be said, if there is only, the only hope, and I don't know if I will be beaten by this. I mean, the only hope Kenyans have in terms of removing Ruto is in Gachagua, not any other candidate.
No, actually, Budi, I get that. But what is happening is that there is a lot of traffic when it comes to Gachagua and Sifuna. Some of the numbers which we might think they could go to Gachagua, they are actually tilting towards Sifuna. So there is, because if you look at positivity drive between Sifuna and Gachagua, it's close to 60, both of them. So that's when I like their numbers are mixing. So maybe if you want to look at it as a bigger number, Sifuna is also becoming an agenda as well. So Gachagua seems to be commanding a bigger portion, but Sifuna is also having another portion from another end. To the extent like Sifuna seems to have a more positive drive, even when you compare him to Kalonzo and Matiang'i. So that's when I like maybe unless you tell me if at what time would you not want to look at Sifuna and you want to explicitly look at Gachagua alone? But there is that point of interaction between Gachagua and Sifuna, who seem now to like they seem to be like the only people right now. I'm not saying in the future. They seem like to be the only people who seem like they have capacity to challenge the status quo. Challenge the status quo. Go ahead.
And wait until we start toying with a ticket called Sifuna Meto. And you will see that number even go higher. And that's a ticket you cannot beat. Wait until we start now the real toying of that. Because still we are wallowing in the mud whereby, you know, because of legal issues, you and I know that Ruto at this point after the defeat of Olkarau, he will never allow Gachagua to be in that ticket. The only reason they toyed with it was to divide the what? The opposition. Now that he has solidified it, now the game has changed. You have to remember it has changed from them. So you're going to see more attack from the judiciary. They are going to be direct to Gachagua. But this is what I say, bring it on. We will give you a ticket. And the ticket is going to be Sifuna what? Meto. And now you will see that the surging of real number. It's in economics, you call it population explosion, political population explosion. You can't beat that ticket. I mean, if there was a time Kenyans will not criticize Kumira, this is the only time people will believe that Kumira has been alive. People will actually go back and say that what was that Tarakaniti issue? We welcome it. I think we rather have it at this moment than when we had it prior. So that's the ticket. Now, if you look at what is happening, you can almost see that Sifuna is more than willing not to make an alliance with any party quickly because he understands you need to convince Kenyans. You need more time to walk around and tell them, look, this person called Ruto, if we wake up in August 2027 to realize he's still the president, it will be sad. So his working relationship with Gachagua is not something that is going to be cemented very quickly. It will be work in progress, whereby the reality must hit people. There are people like Madam Julia who still believes Matiang'i must be the president. They need to be seduced and convinced that it's not about who to become the president, but who can take Ruto out. Unaelewa? At this particular time. And giving them metal might melt them a little bit. Now, the mountain have this personality that when theirs is in the ticket, they come to the man. I think that is the gift that we need at this particular time. We saw it in Olkarau. I mean, when they needed it, and I guess I have said it here before. I have said, and mulicheka tu. Mimi niliwaambia, at this moment, if we want to win, we must have a Kikuyu in that ticket. You cannot circumvent the Kikuyus from that ticket. If you want Kumira, if you want this vote to be won before the election, if you want actually to make sure that Kalonzo is not going to play with us, Matiang'i is not going to play with us, let them understand that this ticket is so formidable from the very, very beginning. Stop toying and lying to them that they can be presidential candidate at this time. If I was you, I will now start saying, like, look, let's stop lying to Matiang'i and Kalonzo. That's how radical I have become.
Yeah, I have also started thinking that because, like, what is happening, it's only that, like, Bwanambudi, people can sniff and understand how the possibility of a possible alignment actually, which can bring surges. And when you look at Sifuna seems to be attracting that new energy. And every election is won on new energy, not on stagnation. You know that. You must tweak something. You must tweak something. There must be people are saying something. And even though Ruto stole from us in 2022, ukiangalia uchaguzi ya 2022, there was some signs which seemed to kuna vile like Ruto had that surge. Kuna vile alikuwa anaonekana like he had that surge, that positive outlook. Now that positive outlook is wholesomely on Sifuna. Sifuna seems to have that to have that outlook as a person. Gachagua has that outlook, but on the stand of a community. As an individual, he might not have it. But when it comes to mobilizing a community, being able to mobilize numbers, it seems to be able to give that positive drive. But the real person who is having a positive drive as an individual, and a person who seems to be like can be a more unifying. When you look at other properties which come to tie up, somebody who can be more unifying, somebody who also, although we say age is just a number, who is also in a very, very good age bracket actually to help us. It could be. And even when you look at his character from the time when he has been in ODM, at his point, and maybe I would want now people to start coming out. I want to start hearing Sifuna scandals as well. I want to hear some corruption deals which maybe Sifuna might have done, because we also need to start knowing. So I've not heard any, and na kama hakuna mtu ametokezea na anything against Sifuna right now, I don't think it is outside there. So I feel opposition is somehow closing in. to the person. Now, what we need to fight here, and again, is what the opposition, is what Ruto is doing, na hii nilikuwa nataka uangalie sasa, is again, there are some guys who are trying to mudsling Sifuna with Uhuru, that Sifuna popularity is because there are some power brokers somewhere, there are some financiers somewhere. You heard there were some people there's like in a Cheriot who used to say they were trying to connect Sifuna and Uhuru. Then we ask ourselves, then is Uhuru bankrolling Sifuna, then bankrolling Jubilee and some other actors within Mulima? So I think from the point of observation, there is a likelihood of a positive drive if Sifuna survives the question of becoming a unified president, because we need a unified president, somebody who does not have many questions. Because at the end of the day, we want to produce 50 plus 1. And actually 50 plus 1, Sifuna and Gachagua seems like they can easily drive that number there without much struggles. So once you bring all the other stakeholders in, we are talking of 70 very easy. If Kalonzo and Matiang'i support that ticket, we are now talking of 70, 80s now. And we knew Ruto completed. Now my question is this one. Is Kalonzo and Matiang'i in the realization, in the observation that it might not be my time now? It is not that I'm not favorable, but it doesn't look like me now. Are they able to see that, or their political takers are telling them Kazana somehow, maybe, and reference to what the Kisii senator said? Thank you.
I mean, you saw what Onyonka said. I mean, it's unattainable. They've gone across with Sifuna more than any other person, and again, you've seen what they've been doing when they go across the country. The reality is that they understand that Matiang'i somehow, at a certain point, lost it. Not because he's a bad person. I think because obviously the rise of Sifuna was spontaneous and unexpected. 1 year ago, we did not foresee this. And at the moment whereby, again, we needed somebody to fill up and help Gachagua on the onslaught, he was the last man standing. So it looks like the role of Matiang'i diminished over time because Ruto was using different tactics, and sometimes your usefulness come to an end based on your value at that particular time. Or sometimes your usefulness will just rise based again on radical or abrupt issues that will raise, will prompt up. So I think over time we have seen, the union between ODM and Ruto to be very catastrophic to the democracy and the institution that guard democracy, from parliament to the judiciary and to the executive. And that frustration, the one man standing in the Senate and in the podium was, elected, was who? Was Sifuna. On the other hand, the person who was guarding the basket of the votes so that Ruto does not joke with them was Gachagua. So it left people like Matiang'i on the periphery. It doesn't mean that they will not, in the future, their value will not again arise. But I think at this moment, the way our politics is structured, I think the two positioned themselves and duty has called them, and their brevity has attracted the attention of Mwananchi, which actually has broken down the old anathema of what? Tribalism. And this point, at some point when Gachagua broke the boundaries and went to speak with the Somalis, even me, I clinched. I thought maybe he can speak with the Kisis and the Kambas and so on and so forth. But for the Somalis, it will not work. But it worked better than any other community again. So you can see how entrenching and brave they have been in terms of also, and that was not, you know, the funny part, that like the prompting of Gachagua, unlike Sifuna, did not come out of deep conviction of democracy. It was out of repudiation. But Kenyans are not looking at that. Kenya are looking, an enemy to Ruto, you know, is our friend. And the more you are enemies with Ruto, I think the more you are our friend. And you can see people who have been on our side and they have geared off just a little bit. People like Otienda Molo, you can see how Kenyans cannot trust them anymore, in spite and despite of their record. So I think we are facing a different kind of politics, and I'm loving it. I'm really loving it. When you described Gachagua as not, what the difference between Gachagua and Sifuna, I think you are more confused because I think you are still in denial, Jiro. I mean, you are not acknowledging that Gachagua has both right now. You cannot acknowledge that he has a community, but he does not have the personal favor of the people. No, I think if you saw one of the most important and classical speech that Gachagua has ever given was yesterday or today when he was giving direction. I mean, he said, Iko Mutu hapa Madira, I want to give direction. Asipate more than 100 votes. Mutu kama Moses Kuria, I want you to treat him as an outcast. Mutu kama Sabina Chege, he should never hold any electoral seat in this world. So, I mean, when you say he doesn't have a person, when somebody is giving direction and you are going to sing it.
And they will listen. And they will listen. Those careers, they are over.
What are you talking about? I think we don't listen to our
the power.
leader.
I think the power which Gachagua has amassed is bigger than Kibaki. Kibaki hajaisema hivyo. Sijaisikia Kibaki akisema na hii msichague hii.
You know how to play politics very well. I mean, him and Metu, I don't know where they are getting this from. They are playing politics very well. Look at the classical reply of Metu of the 5,000 votes. He said, hata hii 5,000 because yeye ni mtoto yetu. Hatungemwacha hivyo. You know, that response was classic. Kama ingekuwa ni wewe, watu wakashauti nini? Zero. So you can understand. So when you are taking that away from Gachagua at this particular time, I am wondering if you are listening to my party leader.
Okay, that one I get. I will still have.
But let me tell you for the benefit of doubt. We must emphasize in that direction that henceforth we should not discuss Moses Kuria. He's an outcast. You know, if we start bringing, and you love discussing Moses Kuria, if you start discussing Moses Kuria here, you are an outcast too.
No, Moses Kuria
to give a direction.
Ujaona hata gate, ujaona hata there is a trending video akiwa ati anachungulia kwa gate akisema nifungulieni bana. Nikuria, nifungulieni. So I don't think you can listen to it. So anyway, what is happening, you know, when I said in terms of that, and maybe you need also to help me about this, Gachagua has that overwhelming authority and capacity, and he has been able to galvanize the people together. But the question maybe which I would ask you, and he seems to have what it takes when he understands the principle of how to make a president. But as a person, is Gachagua a president? Just when you look as a person, Is Gachagua packaged, or has he already been packaged as a president?
Gachagua is an institution. Gachagua right now is an institution. And I'm not blowing things out of proportion.
Unajua hata nani Babu Owino's called Baba the fourth arm of the government. Are you close to reaching to that conclusion?
I don't think I have said that. I'm only saying that Gachagua is an institution, because the things that he has said to Ruto, even threatening, saying, you know, iko watu hapo ndani wananiambia hivi vitu yote, unaelewa? So I mean, you see, let me tell you, it's so tough to become a true president if you are an outsider. Let's be very honest. It's an odious role. Like, for instance, let me ask you, for the benefit of doubt, and just to jog around and tickle your mind. When you become a president in Europe, the moment you became a president like this, how many positions are vacant that you must fill in Kenya so that your government, even while transition is going on, how many seats when you are declared that you must fill before even you are sworn in?
In Kenya, there are 6,000 positions which the
exactly. I think now you're a good student. So,
but and the US 4,000 kidogo, and the US 4,000.
Don't gear that. You'll make Robert come here. My beautiful goon will come here. Then let us shida. So imagine the moment you are declared, you have this awesome responsibility of 6,000 seats. Gachagua has been preparing for that across the country. Across the country.
Unajua, let me give you a snapshot of those 6,000 seats where they lie.
Hold on. No problem. You get excited and you forget the question that you had before. So, so when we're talking about capacity, does that answer you?
100%.
So let's not even question it, because I've seen people thinking that they can question that. You can't. I mean, capacity. Look at Matiang'i.
He can easily bring serious.
Look at Matiang'i. Look at Matiang'i when he goes to Meru, when he goes to Kisii, when he goes to Western. Him being in that, position of, a prime minister in quotes, he established administrative relationship that supersede Kalonzo, and even at some point, even Raila himself. Let's be honest. So, when my friend was in UDA, I once asked him, this Gachagua guy, yes, Ruto, I can understand. Bro, mtu akiattack to Gachagua Twitter, you go berserk. This Gachagua, I remember we were in a bar, in a countertop. I just look at it, I said, what? I can remember vividly how he answered me. He told me the social capital that Gachagua has is too much. I didn't believe him. Even now, there are people who will think that it's just a joke. We are very few people. Sometimes we used to joke because we used to be condescending that Dio, Nini, Jamani, Dio. But Njiru, you've worked in the civil servant. For you to climb in merit, in merit, not favor. Do you get what I'm saying? From a junior clerical officer to the best job group in our schemes of services, give it to the bank. Very few Kikuyus wakipata kapesa kadogo wametoka wameenda biashara. So that capacity that we keep on talking, it's going to come out over and over. And people may look at it differently because of the last election, the words that were said, the biasness that we had, and it is going to remain. we are going to judge him based on how he was introduced to the politics in a very raw and unethical way. Gachagua actually entered politics in one of the worst ways, okay? Becoming the deputy president of the worst man ever. So that introduction in itself is going to weigh on me whether he becomes an angel or not. Imagine if he was not even married to Pastor Dorcas. It could be worse. But Njiru, give it to the man. The man has charisma. The man has capacity. The man, whether you like him or not, you will laugh. For instance, let me tell you, he said, Njiru, yesterday I was so happy. I even asked Pastor Dorcas for a baby, and she said no. I don't know if you heard that. That's charisma. That is charisma. But I think we judge him based on the last campaign. But if you look at on the last campaign from the positive side of loyalty, okay, not the things that angered you, then again, you will say this is the man of the moment. Yep. Go ahead now with your next question.
Yeah, okay. My question, I still want to punch more when it comes to find it, because we now agree that Ruto is an non-starter. For the first time, a sitting president is an non-starter in this election because he doesn't seem to have his numbers surging. And globally, when people are going for the election, and this is a question which I'm asking myself, when you are going for the election, the magic number is 33%. And I think it's what in my career is 10. Many people who go for the election and their number is below 33%, they either retire or they say they are not going for the election. It looks like Ruto, because during the campaign, you can only surge by around 17 maximum. There's no in which you can surge like with 40%. You have 10, you surge with the 40 so that you win an election. So the question which I'm asking you, and these numbers of Ruto have not been, forget about zile polls, the fake polls zile ambazo wamekuwa wakitutorea tu wakituambia the election is neck and neck. The reality is that Ruto is extremely down. He is way below 33. Now, where do you start? At that point, where do you start? When you are below 30. Budi.
That is his problem. That is his problem, and his surrogates. Why would we advise him?
Yeah, because it will make the election an uncontest, whereby like if you are not within the ranges of 30,
2027 is not a contestation, and this is what we said. I have told you that politics is a contact sport. Even if you don't know karate,
okay.
Even if you don't know karate, if I gave you a baby of 1 year, you can kick them. Okay?
Okay.
And say you won. Is that a contestation?
No, it's not it was just a confirmation.
Yeah. 2027 is like that.
And I think all the odds are on our side. And I don't see, even if we make so many mistakes, I don't think like we can still lose that election. So now, let me now ask you a question now. There was a strategic, a strategic concept which like Raila Odinga did in 2022, where as part of gluing people together, he went ahead and announced the people who are to become cabinet secretaries, so that people can be knowing and they can know the position which their people will play. Do you think it can be a strategy we need to borrow? whereby as we go to the election, all the people who will be in the government, many of them, they start knowing the positions they will play as early as now, or we just go to the election and we hope they will announce themselves immediately after winning. Which was the best strategy? The Raila strategy of saying Joho will be the Minister for Lands, or Paranya will be the Treasury, or we wait until we win the election?
One of the undoing of Trump in his first term is he did what you said. And all the cabinets that he brought, they ended up not working together, including his own Attorney General and Secretary of State. You know that?
Yeah.
This idea of us promising people seats, it should be, we should never repeat the mistakes of Raila Amolo Odinga. Let's go for an election. And let's give the president and his deputy the mandate to choose the people who can deliver. The burden that we have had is that we have created kinglets. Even when the president wants to do something that is better, he consults. And then the issue of the kinglets pops up, and then now we have to appease them instead actually the electorate. People like Wetangula have become recipients of what you want us to repeat. True or false? True. Let us go without even knowing who the speaker is going to be, so that people can toe the line and people can work so hard. By the time we are done, you can look ahead and say, hey, Alex, bro, hata kama ulikuwa tu kule, tuliona you worked hard. Be our speaker from nowhere. This idea of promising politicians, career politician seats, has become our baggage. Let us campaign knowing everybody that you reap what you sow. And that's the approach I would like to give this time around, because it tears the opposition apart. Look at the cost when they gave it to the former governor. Omar Hassan went. Look at all the time we are being teared, because when you choose one has to go. So we are going to repeat that mistake that they are waiting, that for every person we are going to choose, their fiercest competitor will be poached. We are past that.
So, okay. So that was a strategic mistake, which
I will tell you it was. And let me tell you one of the reasons, and we never talk about this, and Nani will beat me about here. Nani, keep my friend, because obviously we have interest in PLP. Not I, but the people that are close to me have interest with PLP. But let me say this. Have you ever thought, and I want you to be honest, and I want us to go pole pole, because if Roba was here, I would not want us to agree, because these are some of the thorny issues that needs to be discussed when you are very sober. Now, Jill, I want to ask you very well. Was the choosing of Martha Karua a strategy, or it was actually one of the worst things we did?
Strategically, it was a very bad idea.
Thank you. And what else did we make it even more worse than actually made us lose?
Because, you know, we went with the emotions, like with the Martha Karua being on the second. We have now elevated a woman, and now for the first time a woman will be a deputy president, and many women will align with her, and we will get those votes. That was our thing.
That was not. Let me help you understand this. Jiro, when we say Kenya is corrupt, who is Kenya?
Akina Ann na Joseph.
Mimi na wewe. We are all. So when we talk about corruption, we always glue it to who? To the politicians. But sisi yetu hapa chini, we tend to forget. If I ask you how you got your passport and a few things, there are moments you have circumvented the process. just to quicken it because of bureaucracy. And actually, you have involved yourself in corruption. Now, you just think about liberally, just for today, don't be a conservative. Be subscribe to liberal intelligentsia, okay? Now, let's hold our hands and say this. In the households in in the mountain itself, how many people built their home because the positions they had in offices allowed them to be corrupt, and they actually built their homes out of the presence of corruption? In the mountain alone.
So many people.
So many people. Now, let's come closer again.
Hata wengine wamejenga hata magorofa because of close proximity to power.
Yeah. Now, let's come closer. How many people have jobs that cannot sustain them, but because of corruption, they must work in an office that they are paying 20,000, but corruptions amount to maybe 300,000. How many people are there like that in the civil servants? Let's say about 47%. Okay. Now, when you choose Martha Karua to become the deputy president, compound her as minister for constitutional affairs and say we will kill this corruption. Do you think if I'm sitting in an office whereby I am getting those proceedings, I'm going to vote for Martha Karua? Have you ever thought about that? No, answer me. Have you ever thought about that these people may have been excluded from actually becoming part of us because of the fear of reputation, because we want actually to go back and make sure everything works? What I'm trying to say is this simply.
For us, when they were saying Mother will be also the Minister for Justice, the strategists were feeling it will be a hype. People will now say, they thought that Kenyans are ready to fight guys who have done economic plundering in Kenya.
Yeah, I mean, we were assuming something that all of us have practiced. Njiru, I'm not going to wait because Martha Karua is the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. I wait for my passport 3 months if I can get it for 3 hours. I'm not going to do that.
Good, stop saying that. Stop saying.
So one of the things that we did, if you don't know, the mistake that we actually did in that ticket is to show efficiency that we are going to attain for the first time, and it brought phobia. It brought phobia for somebody who is a clerk in NHIF that has a home in Kitsuri. They were not comfortably going to vote for that.
In Nairobi.
Yeah. So I'm not saying we were doing wrong, but we were talking from a strategic point of view. Do you get me? So the awarding of seats prior costed us. Do you see my hypothesis? Do you get it? Yes, I'm not saying we should not have effective leaders post election, and we have been inaugurated and we now rolled out our duties. Look at Kibaki. We did that to a point that Kibaki refused to help us. In fact, we started policing the police until Kibaki administration refused to help us. The sanity we had brought in the police sector, it was just because the nonchalant and reluctance from the Kibaki administration, because Kenyans were ready to do what? To move to the next step. So when you ask me as an individual, I mean, the studio will be better because I'm always urging you here that the studio needs to be better. Now, let's say it is. If, for the benefit of doubt, we say we are not going to award anybody any seat, okay? And we campaign and say, look, we are here to win, and after we win, we must deliver. For me, that this issue of we go for an election, who you are prime minister, who you are doing nini, has divided us more than uniting us. Why? Because people are working for the position, not for the win. And in doing so at night, Ruto knows how to come to our people who have been promised so that they can sabotage us, and he will poach them and actually give them that. And that is what happened. Look at people like Kanini Kega. Look at people like Sabina Chege. Look at all these people who are insiders, like Junet, who are actually hold the positions they are going to hold. But at the same time, they were doing what? Negotiating from the other side. So if we defeat ourselves from doing that nonsense, and when we will come to a solution that evaded Raila, that was elusive for Raila. We are past that, and I don't think we must. The Sifuna method ticket cannot repeat that mistake.
How do they hold the other guys together without showing? And I thought these seats are sweeteners.
That is actually what will hold us, saying that whoever goes does not want us to win. The strategy is very simple. You're either with us or you are with the other side, with a position or without a position. The only position we have is the duo who is running. I think that will solve a lot of problems.
I wish serious people listen to our show and they can be able, because
it's not a wish anymore. It's no longer a wish anymore. It's something that we are going to attain in our lifetime. It's no longer a wish anymore.
Because that was a strategic mistake, which I think we have been able to expose here, and now we have to start asking ourselves, at what time will politicians be able to work?
Do you know that because of that, we made a blunder in Nairobi? When we all knew. Do you know we all knew that we had made a blunder in Nairobi? You and I knew that.
They got the issue.
Yeah, because of that. Because of what you are saying. So when has it ever helped us in any way? Because post-election, the very people we wanted to give the best seats, then we find them the other side. When did it ever become?
In fact, these people who... okay, Budi, I want to advance here a little bit, Cabria. We also loop in Robert on this. In fact, these people who you are promising seats, certainly they are the people who cannot actually work with you if there is no seat. And I think they are not royal. The royalty is not there for them. So maybe, can you help me now? Can you make me to understand this now? Do you think now, based on what we have done, or maybe like referencing Olkarau and the way people want, do you think now Kenyans are willing to go in an election just to vote for the president and the deputy, and they don't care what their community representative will get before the election?
And that is why I said one of the best speeches that, and I need to study that speech that Gachagua gave, was this one about direction. That's why every leader, Sifuna, Matiang'i, Kalonzo, must give direction. Okay? Izingine ziachwe. So that we can choose leaders that are right for us. Post-election, we have a galaxy of leadership and talent that we don't care who you are. We really don't care. Why? Because at that particular time, we have people who are willing to work for the Republic of Kenya. So it's a time our parties should wake up and realize the position the party will get will be based on merit, hard work, and past experience. How about if we do that? It will not be political compensation. For instance, today in Kisii, If the duo wins and say, who can be the speaker from Kisii? I will surpass my own friend Gisairo, and I will say, Kibagende, I will say Gisairo is best suited. Because when you look at the man in terms of policy, how he explains policy and understands the role of parliament, you say that, boy, this is it. So the problem is when we start, and another thing, Jiri, you need to understand, when we start promising, we don't promise the promising and young people who are willing. We all promise to those people we are cycling. Have you ever realized that? Recycled politicians are the ones who are promised.
The ones who are ministers in 1989.
Exactly. So what is the purpose of then saying we care about the youths? Because they don't sit on this table of being rewarded. You have to remember that. They don't. So for me, we are past that. I have studied some of the mistakes that Raila made as a person, and it was not intentional. It was also a strategy that he wanted to see that Kenya is accommodated, which was good, but it failed to work. So we are not going to repeat the same thing again. For me, personally, I don't know if my party and my party leader is going to make that mistake. But when you open liberally your mind and start thinking about it, you will see that the very thing we thought that was going to liberate us so that actually we can move cohesively as an entity ended up dividing us more. Think about it. It never consolidated us. It never. No sooner the election ended, UDM left and voted for another person for what? The speakership. How was it helpful to us?
Yeah, let's loop Bwana Roba on this one. Roba, the discussion we are having is, should we go to the election while the main guys know what they will serve in the next government? Like the famous city of Matiang'i, here, Prime Cabinet Secretary. Like we were referencing to what Raila Odinga did in 2022, when he named a portion of cabinet ministers with an aim of wanting to hold their communities together so that they can be part of the movement. Was it a strategic genius concept which should be borrowed, or it was a menace? Go ahead.
Thank you. I see you, Alex. Thank you for first time to see you. Okay, so before I go there, a couple
First
of
of
things.
all, let me say congratulations for winning Olkarau.
Oh yeah. I said it was be a landslide. It was a landslide, but at the same time, it went beyond what we expected.
But you never thanked me for bringing you to DCP. You could have been crying.
So I am Chubiri. Mimi ni Maraya wa siasa. I'm a goon of politics, so you can call me.
Very good to achia. Ana atafurahi kusikia ukisema wewe ni good.
Okay. Let me start from somewhere. Alex, so from the statement where you left from about the so-called Baba mistakes, I thought all along we have been saying Baba one direction. So do you think, so are you saying he lost it, or?
No. We are not saying Baba lost the election. We are saying there is a group, a constituency. Okay? You see, like the strategy Gachagua used to make sure the overwhelming win, the point that you cannot steal that election. For instance, 2002,
was so strategic that Kibaki got actually more than 75%. But because they wanted to steal, they stole until it couldn't be stolen anymore. But still, we got 63%. Unaelewa? So I'm saying there's a constituency here we have to hold so that it becomes so overwhelming that, like, even if you steal. So I'm worried about that constituency because the constituency are the people who have been forced to be corrupt within Kenya, not because they wanted to, because our schemes of services are underpaying people. Or right now, for example, the taxes and so on and so forth. So when they hear again that you're going to repudiate them and they know they're already guilty, what happens? The hemorrhage starts. So I'm saying that, you see, we were talking about pre-election pact. And I was of the idea, like, we must stop that now. Okay? But we were not saying whether Baba won or not. That's debatable.
There's a reason why I'm saying that, because if actually won the election, then what he did was right. But if he lost the election, then what he did was wrong. The strategy never worked. But also, I'll come there to give my opinion. Okay, I mean, let me give you my opinion on this. But before I give my opinion on this, let me say I want to thank people on this on the comment section. They keep us going. And Jiru, thank you. But yesterday, man, the way you finished yesterday, you were here for another 1 hour. I'm looking this guy, maybe. I mean, you were just like chest trap, huh? The Kindiki, you are just like, where were Kindiki? And come get a kaumbo kana yanis. It's just like you are losing it, which is very good. But like I said before, imamba Olkarau, hii imemaliza watu. The reason I'm saying that is this. If you look in all networks, if you look in all what's going on, everything is based on Olkarau. From every station, from every social media, and that one I think is giving Kasongo a problem and sleepless nights. Now, let me come back to the topic. Alex, if you remember a couple of months ago, we discussed about this thing about when we were talking about the United Opposition, and by that time, the Mwananchi were coming up. And here's what we said, and this is what I said. For us to be successful in terms of, if we form the next government, to be effective in terms of delivery, the idea of telling us who's going to be what before we win is something we should avoid. And now I brought up the idea like, okay, the one thing also we want to ensure that it's everybody with us. And I said this, if you remember, the tapes are there. I said the best way going forward, because we want to know these people who they are, the so-called now the leaders or the so-called the principals. Then I said, mambo ya kusema percentage ya fulani or percentage ya Mlima, percentage ya Kisii, percentage ya whatever Western, hiyo mambo tuachie hapa. But also I said, the one thing we need to do right now, is to have all the principals in one room and they take an oath, public oath, before we name anybody, before the naming of everybody. And they sign an oath saying, at the end of the day, if I'm not chosen, I'm going to support whoever comes up. Unaona, kila mtu assign kwa karatasi in public na kila kitu, tuangalie, tuweke hapo before tuende to do what? To choose. Such that if now it comes, like now the flag bearer, the running mate and the whatever, the running mate and the presidential candidate, now that we choose them, when you are wameachwa, they are not going to come and start repairing again and saying, oh, I don't know about this. Mimi nitakuwa kwa tepe. I want somebody atuambie yeye ataenda kwa tepe regardless what aende sahi. So to do so, we have to go for a meeting. We have to go the date. Kalonzo Musyoka, Gachagua, Sifuna, Matiang'i, and everybody wakuja wasaini waseme kama mimi sitapata hiyo, I will be supporting the next candidate in public oath, wachukue pipe, wakule pipe. After now we know to go up, are we united opposition under that umbrella? Now then from there now we can go and negotiate who is going to be struck there and what have you. Then from there na kitu kingine wanasema tuweke ni kwamba until we win the election, mambo ya percentage and who's going to be what should not be discussed. That can help us because we have done very poorly. And you remember what Musalia Mudavadi was promised, 30%. Even though this conman, Ruto, you see, he did it, lakini anakuja anaambia Gachagua, ati Gachagua ni nini? Ati anataka percentage, ati wants percentage ya government na kila kitu. As if yeye akuambia Musalia Mudavadi na Wetangula. And that one sometimes is politics ya utoto. And that's why sometimes some of us, I will never follow the so-called Kasongo. Because he's a liar. He tells Musalia Mudavadi to have 30% of the government. He tells Wetangula what to get a speaker. He tells this conman, who is also the speaker of the Senate from Coast, that is going to be at awake chama chake, they join atapata hiyo speaker. And they got. So, yeye kufanya hivyo is not a problem. But when Gachagua said shareholding, you know, mambo ya shareholding ndio walikuwa wanasafanya shares. Kwani yeye hii kitu ambaye aliambia Musalia Mudavadi, aliambia huyu King, aliambia huyu Wetangula, was not shareholding and other parties? That's something we need to avoid if we want to deliver to the Kenyan people. So we go in, then after you reform the government, then from there now we sit down. Are we going to have people? We want people who are effective. Not kwa sababu mtu anatoka kabila fulani. That's why even Africa's soccer is not progressing. Mambo ya soccer inakoja soccer, then from there politics itaingia. Hakuna Mkisii huko, hakuna Muluya, ni Wajaruo peke yake. Instead of a team, you use the best players we have. That's where we are right now. And for a government to function properly, let's say, let's assume Sifuna ameshinda hii. Sifuna and the team should sit down and say, who are the best-minded people who can deliver? We take this country to the next level. None. But this idea of saying who's going to be what is killing our country. And here in a free member opposition, it weakens opposition too, or it weakens the so-called the government which is incoming, and that one is something we have to avoid. So, like I said before in summary, we should not allow any kind of negotiation or anything other than to kuje kila mtu apige pipiria before we choose whoever is going to be the flag bearer. Kwa sababu kama ni Kalonzo Musyoka ameambiwa sasa we are not going to be the flag bearer. Let's see how he goes here. Alikuwa pipiria aende pande ile. Wananchi sasa watamuonaje? Watamuona the other way around. And that's something we have to do. And moving forward, for me, is something to lazima fuate hiyo. Then when we win the election, that's when we decide who comes what. Unaona hivi vitu kama hii Kasongo amefanya, hata amechukua some of the worst people. Sasa wakina Obaranya, akina nani wamekuwa the same people ambao wamekuwa government. They have the money and everything. They are using the money power. Ndio tena wanapata seats, which means they're even buying them. Yeah, that's why. Can you imagine today we are being told this conman was what? What happened? He was hacked. Tell me who's the minister for technology or anything in Kenya? Which jamaa anajua even how to open a laptop. tuseme ukweli. Anaweka information hapo, the government is just fighting back, or we are having some things, some other things around, we are putting there. Yani, can you imagine that? That's where we go wrong. And mtu amepatiwa nafasi kwa sababu yeye ni kabila yake. See not what he's supposed to do. None. We want people like Matiang when he came in. Remember when Matiang came in, he was so effective in education. That's the way we want. People commit amount to be the performance. None. But let's not give people because ni kabila fulani. And that one should stop. So let's see if Gachagua comes in with the people from the mountain. He should not tell us how many CS and nini wanaenda kupata manini hiki na hiki anaenda kwa mlima nini. We don't want to hear that. No, let the best people get it, as long as we have to balance the whole country in there. And we should ever balance. We want people to deliver. If it's going to be Sivuna's government, we want people who are going to deliver. For me, the first thing I want is who's going to end the corruption in Kenya. That's the most important thing. Who's going to end the corruption? Then from there, and if you follow Sivuna's politics and I feel the way he was campaigning today, that's what I want to hear. There have to be separation of power on every category. The DCI, the person that they should be separated, and we should have now, like everybody's judicial working and everything. If I say, for instance, we have a government who's corrupt, so we should be able to have it on the ground, good investigation. Everything should go, and when somebody's accused, and we should not have sympathy. We should just go. We get them there, then they go to jail. Tumefikia Kenya, unaona mtu somebody ananunua 100,000 wheelbarrow. The famous from what country was that? That was Bungoma, the former Bungoma governor, who's the current governor anyway. After he went back to at 100,000 wheelbarrow, 100,000. That's where we are going now. Somebody like him could have been prosecuted, put in jail, and we can learn from there. Even back here. Yeah. So because for our government to work, delivery should be both ways, from the national government and also all the way to the county government. And we should hold account of the county government regardless of what. Because hapo ndio corruption inaanzia. Even the ordinary people. Unajua, that's the problem with our people. Naona mtu anapeana pesa ati kitu yake iende haraka. That's the corruption we are talking about. That's something we have to end. Unaona, hii mambo ilikuwa ya ujinga. Ukienda kwa bank, those days, mtu naenda kwa bank, when the bank is supposed to be first come first serve, adimi najua mtu uko ndani na mjua ule sama yako, atunakuja hapo unapita watu wengine, unajua Njiru, couple years ago nilienda I think National Bank or Commercial Bank hapo Nairobi, no, Kisumu, it was Kisumu. I'm lining up, jamaa wanakuja kutoka nyuma, the teller tells, oh, he's calling people who just came, wametoka nyuma ndio, he's serving them. Nimwambia no, I went to the counter, I said no. Nikasema it's first come, first serve. Nikakataa kabisa. And from there, watu wengine walianza kusema yes. And that's why, unaona, because Wakenya walikuwa wanachoka and there's competition, that's why you see even the banks now wakakuja na hii system ya numbering. You go there, maybe you check in. Now it's better. It's better. You know, such a thing will make progress. But before, uko unakanyagwa, unaingia uko kwa raini, watu wanatoka nyuma, mtu anakuja anafanyiwa services when you are still there. Kama mambo ya passports. That's the kind of nonsense we have to end. We cannot end that kind of nonsense if we keep on choosing the same people kwa sababu wako na pesa, and the same people we choose, they are also using their money to employ their relatives, watu wengine, and that one brings morality down. I mean, the way we are supposed to work. So, right now, at the moment, mimi nataka watu wakule pipiria before tuanze mambo ya uongozi. That's the way I can answer that question in Zulu that way. Unless you have something else you can ask me.
Okay. So, Robert, I think you will allow me do the video for what happened today in Voi. Just I was looking for it. Let's see, because I think we have not reacted enough to what happened in Voi today.
Amenihakikishia leo ya kwamba sio SG tena ni HE. Munajua HE nyinyi.
Voi had just fallen, not to an army, to a crowd so massive it swallowed the town hall. Edwin Sifuna walked onto the stage as a senator. He's walking off it, His Excellency.
Wakati nilikuja hapa na baba mara ya mwisho, nilikuwa na majina makubwa, nilikuwa na mataji ambaye baba alikuwa amenipatia yeye mwenyewe. Nilikuwa naitwa katibu mkuu wa chama, nilikuwa naitwa naibu kiranja wa walio wachache kwenye bunge la Senate. Lakini kawaida baba akikufa, wakora wanaingia wanachukua mjane, wakora wananyang'anya watoto yao mali. Wameninyang'anya katibu mkuu, wameninyang'anya kinara wa pale bunge, wamesema siwezi sema mimi ni SG tena. Lakini vijana wamenihakikishia leo ya kwamba sio SG tena ni HE. Munajua HE nyinyi. Hiyo HE zinatoshana na mimi. Wangapi wanasema HE si mbaya? HE si mbaya.
James Orengo just told thousands of Kenyans, after you vote, don't go home, march to State House. And William Ruto, sources say he's gone quiet, tucked away, while his own deputy party boss, Oburu Oginga, goes missing in action.
Ukishapiga kura, don't go home. After voting, don't go home. After voting, we are marching to State House. Wangapi wamekubali we are going to State House this time?
It's July 18th, and Voi town in Taita Taveta is standing still. Literally, the Linda Mwananchi convoy rolled in like a wave nobody could hold back. Thousands upon thousands of bodies, phones raised to the sky like torches, flags nipped in the wind, and one chant drowning out everything else. Sisi ndio Sifuna, Voi ni Sifuna.
Mimi ndio Sifuna, na nyinyi ni kina nani? Ati nyinyi ni kina nani?
This was supposed to be just another stop, the movement's final rally in Taita Taveta. Instead, it turned into a full-blown political earthquake. Enter Willie Saburu, no longer just a familiar face from your screens, but now a fully fledged Linda Mwananchi soldier eyeing the Kisumu senator seat himself. Today he wasn't reporting the story, he was the story engine. As MC, he whipped the crowd into a frenzy, throwing out lines that hit like a whip. Quote, Voi tutafanya vile walifanya Olkarau, wakileta gas, tunawapea hewa.
Tunataka tufanye Voi vile walifanya Olkarau, si ndio? Wakileta gas, tunawapatia hewa, si ndio? Nikisema tume, unasema choka. Tume, tume. Tumechoka vijana wakichukuliwa. Tume, tumechoka wakinyang'anya ardhi. Tume, tumechoka na Rais William Ruto. Tume, hata ile ODM wanasema hakuna ODM.
Then came the moment everyone will be quoting for weeks. Nairobi Senator and former ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna stepped up, and the ground practically shook. He went straight for the coast region's oldest wound, land. He didn't stop there. Water shortages in Voi, revenue sharing from Savo and Amboseli National Parks, demanding Taita Taveta and Kajiado finally eat from the table their own wildlife built. And that's when the crowd did something no ballot has done yet. They crowned him His Excellency President Edwin Sifuna, chants from SG to His Excellency ran out like a coronation in real time. One viral clip nailed the mood. Omwami Sifuna is bigger than life itself.
Mpaka hata akijenga barabara za Taita Taveta zote zinaingia kwa shamba yake, hata reli yote inaelekea kwa shamba yake. Alisimama hapa Taita Taveta wakati wa uchaguzi akawaambia chini ya siku 100 mtakuwa mnakunywa maji ya Mzima Springs. Maji ya Mzima imefika kwako, imefika kwako. Alisema Tsavo mtakuwa mnagawana ushuru 50 kwa 50. Mnaona pesa ya Tsavo nyinyi. Juzi jamaa wa Kajiado wamekuja wanasema pia aliwadanganya mambo ya Amboseli. Mimi nataka niwahakikishie hiki kikosi cha Linda Mwananchi, wakati tunachukua uchukani katika taifa hili, mashamba yote ambayo amenyakuliwa hapa Taita Taveta kinyume cha sheria kitarudi kwenu nyinyi wana Taita Taveta.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars.
Rewind to earlier in the day in Mwatate, Sifuna dropped a bombshell of his own. He announced he no longer holds the ODM Secretary General title handed to him by the late Raila Odinga. The gloves are off. He's signaling he's open to the presidency itself, the 6th president of the Republic of Kenya. If the moment calls him, that's Sifuna shaking the table for both Ruto and his own ODM elders, like Oburu Odinga at once, a man playing chess while everyone else is still setting up checkers.
Kati nilikuja hapa na baba mara ya mwisho, nilikuwa na majina makubwa, nilikuwa na mataji ambaye baba alikuwa amenipatia yeye mwenyewe. Nilikuwa naitwa katibu mkuu wa chama. Nilikuwa naitwa naibu kiranja wa walio wachache kwenye bunge la Senate. Lakini kawaida baba akikufa, wakora wanaingia wanachukua mjane. Wakora wananyang'anya watoto yao mali. Wameninyang'anya katibu mkuu, wameninyang'anya kinara wa pale bunge. Wamesema siwezi sema mimi ni SG tena, lakini vijana wamenihakikishia leo ya kwamba sio SG tena, ni HE. Munajua HE nyinyi? Hiyo HE inatoshana na mimi. Wangapi wanasema HE si mbaya? HE si mbaya.
Then Siaya Governor James Orengo grabbed the mic, and if Sifuna lit the fire, Orengo poured fuel on it. Quote, nimechoka na kwenda kotini. He said, weary of fighting battles in courtroom instead of the ballot. His message to the crowd was a call to arms wrapped in political scripture. Guard your vote like your last meal, and when you're done casting it, don't go home.
Next year, mwaka ijayo, nimechoka na kwenda kotini. Nyinyi mtafanya kama Olkarau. Mtachunga kura ama mtachunga kura?
And standing right there in the middle of the storm, Babu Owino, the Embakasi East Member of Parliament, hailed as king by a crowd that treats him less like a lawmaker and more like a folk hero. Here's the bigger picture, because this didn't happen in a vacuum. Linda Mwananchi, the loud and apologetic ODM faction led by Edwin Sifuna, James Orengo and Babu Owino, has been crisscrossing Kenya like a storm system, hammering the Ruto administration on cost of living, governance and land. Kisumu and Nyahururu saw disruption and violence on this same tour. Threats loomed over Voi too. They came anyway.
Baba mnamkaribisha hapa undani. Asanteni sana. Sisi tumekubaliana kama kikosi cha Linda Mwananchi na haswa vijana wa nchi hii ya kwamba mwaka ujao lazima tumfurushe William Samoei Ruto kutoka ofisi ya urais. Na hatusemi hivyo eti kwa sababu tunamchukia. Tunasema hivyo kwa sababu tangu William Ruto aingie, mambo yamekuwa ngumu. Maisha yamelemea wananchi. Hapa kwa soko hakuna hata watu wanaweza kuja kununua vitu hapa kwa soko, kwa sababu waliingililia, akaweka ushuru. Siku hizi watu hawana pesa, na zaidi ya yote William Ruto anatuua sisi vijana. Mimi nilimwambia William Ruto, wachana na barabara, tunyime stadium, tunyime kila kitu, lakini tuachie uhai wetu. Nimeambiwa hapa Voi vijana.
Meanwhile, President William Ruto is still nursing the political bruises from the Olkarau by-election saga involving former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua.
Yeah, I think we have enough matter for the next discussion. That is what happened in Voi, huko ni coast. Maybe I want to begin with the Budi. So, Bwana Budi, do you feel Sifuna having the usual momentum which Baba used to enjoy in the coast, or maybe can you compare the weight, like the way you see Sifuna here and the way Baba used to be here? Is it close to what Baba used to witness in the coast, or it's a baby in the making?
I think for the longest, and unfortunately, a lot of people may think Sifuna has been riding on Baba's back. Sifuna is one man who stood against all odds in issues that pertained the support to Ruto and also the next phase of our politics. You know, you have spoken and emphatically sometimes you have told us your father is a little bit older than most of our grandfathers here. You can know when the intra and intergenerational gap is happening. Okay? And I think Sifuna understood he was sitting or he was standing at the crossroads. He didn't know it would come so quick, but he understood the trust that he'd been given is being mentored for the next. So, you see, it's very difficult to, to surgically remove yourself from the mentor and stand on your own. But you must create circumstances that allow you to become your own man. I don't know if Sifuna has overdone it. And when actually will he cease proclaiming Baba's name on the podium? Because it's no longer attainable or of any value. Because if anything, we know that the only person that stood with Baba to death, post-death, wacha zile vitu ulikuwa unatuambia hapa, hatukujuanga majina, si post, zile award zenye unapewa ukisha kupa zinaitwa pro what? Hata nimesahau vile waliziita. Stop about those. We are
posthumous.
Posthumous. So it's not a posthumous. If kama kuna kitu inaitwa pre, maybe that is Sifuna. So when you ask, does he have what it takes? I think he has more than. Let me in juncture the Bible. When Elijah left, Elisha was asked, what does he want? And he asked more portion, double portion of the spirit of Elijah. And indeed, we see so many miracles that Elisha does in the end. Sifuna comes into politics already equipped at a very young age. He didn't have to go the circumcision of politics that Raila went and others. Neither did he get it on a silver platter. It's a record of more than 10 years, him being the SG and working faithfully and carving his path. Now, he needs now to flip the coin. And I think imemshinda. This is where now he needs. How does he if you look and allow me to explain this very well, because people forget about this. When Jaramogi died, his favored successor was not Raila Amolo Odinga. It was James Orengo. Okay? But Baba flipped it to his advantage. First of all, he resigned. He contested. He created a party. He moved from the identity of his mentor and he became his own person. So he created what we call in psychology originality of mind. And as he moved forward, many people were not actually, henceforth, except for political expediency, Jaramogi never came in terms of Raila being where he is. Wachana hizi siasa zingine tulikuwa tunaleta kidogo kidogo kusema he was a son of a deputy president, his father was a politician, he was an opposition donyen, all those. But you see how he flipped the coin, held the ball on the chest, moved forward with grace. Hiyo ndio imeshinda Sifuna Njiru. But all the capital, political capital, there's a politician, I don't know who that, you can Google for me, said Sifuna. You have what all politicians want. Can you Google for me and read for me that statement somebody told him? That was a very good quote that I should not forget who told him. Sifuna, you have what every other politicians admire. It is in your hands. Use it. Not so many people have it. I saw one Somali guy, I don't know, I sent you that video in TikTok, one Somali guy. Is it Somali or coastal region? Na anamwambia, Omwami, wacha tena nikuite mara tatu. Omwami, wewe hujui kitu uko nayo. Hii ni kitu Rigathi anataka lakini hana. Hii ni kitu Orengo anataka hana. Hii ni kitu Ruto anataka hana. Wewe peke yako ndio uko nayo. And you know, for some moment I thought about it nikasema, do you know that Sifuna has what no politician has right now? Be honest. Chukua parties on the side. Sifuna has.
Ni Kioni alisema hiyo from Google inatoa Kioni. I don't know.
Ebu sema.
I've just typed it is not saying specifically, but inatoa Kioni.
Look for the quote. So, but in short, see, when you ask that question, just know this, with my long explanation, Sifuna has what nobody has. Look at that podium. Look at that podium. There are no big wigs at all. Unamuona tu Waluya wawili watatu tu wako nyuma yake. No Atuoli, no Oparanya, no Ochilo, Otsilo, no Wangapati, Otichlo, ama sijui ni nini, whatever it is. None of them, none of those people are behind him. But the guy has galvanized. He has become a persona. He has become a legion politically. So when you ask me about that, I wonder, are you a visitor in Jerusalem? In fact, let me even make it worse. Even Gachagua does not have what Sifuna has. As a fact, the guy can speak, the guy can mobilize, the guy can inspire, but beyond that, there is something natural beyond that many Kenyans have favored him with, and that is trust. That still Gachagua has a lot to mend, even though he's my party leader. He has a lot to mend when it comes to trust. Compare that again to Matiang'i. Trust in terms of, are you not going to be reputed punitive? Then he comes out better. When he comes out to a person who is swift, decisive, and a person who actually is not going to stay in government and not be able to accomplish a tag that actually Kalonzo is having for a very long time. Then he comes out. So your question can be easily answered that the guy has what nobody has right now in the political space. Truth be said, well, he needs to be held in order to accomplish what we want. He can't accomplish it by himself, though. But he has more than any other politicians or combined could actually have. Yeah.
I can't wait until I come in, Alex, because I didn't want to speak Alex and he asked me in the ear. So that's why I said shut my mouth up. Okay. Alex.
I'm done, Robert.
Yes, Alex. In fact, you are right. Most of the things you have said. But also, let's go back and start our Sifuna, this thing of Sifuna started. I'm telling you, the one thing I think you left out is the reasons why Sifuna is going to continue to be what it is right now. Kenyans people have come up and said, you know what, I want somebody's consistency. Sifuna is consistent. Do you know why? Before Baba died, he said he cannot support who? Kasongo. Before, and that one became, and people were trying to inject him out because of that through Baba amekataa kufuata Baba. He was consistent, akasema, and that one he never done down. Kama alikuja kutuambia baadaye after Baba's died, that's people will just like question him. How comes you never said this one here? That's one thing I can say the Kenyan people now want consistent. Another thing, ambayo, I disagree with you, Alex. No, he has made a transition. If kama unafundisha, if you just like literature, literature from one topic to another one, the Sifuna transition, you can see it, Alex, today, kama vile alifanya transition ya leo from, and that was very, very good. From, in fact, mimi, hapo ndiyo ilikuwa shida. Because I've been waiting for him, how is he going to make this transition of SG, mimi ni nini wabunge, kiranja wachache bunge, na nini. That is the transition I've been waiting for. Now today, he hit the ball out of the park. Wale wanachua baseball. Minnesota Twins, Yankees. Alex, come on. So, wakati amekuja ametuambia, unaona, wamechukua hii vitu yangu. Lakini vijana wamesemaje? Wamenipatia from SG to HE. That is a transition which is working for him right now. Now, one of the things also we can't forget is about he has Orengo and the Poba win. And that's why I tell people like, hii mambo mnataka yeye akuja hapa so he cannot speak anything about Papa aache the akwe of his own. To be sincere with you, something we said it before, Raila Amolo Odinga is going to appear in 2027 election. You cannot go away without his name being mentioned. Do you know why? Because the other conman is screaming his name. So you don't want to be like later on, you have been left behind. So if you look, Sifuna for me is eating both cylinders. Is ahead of them. For Raila Odinga supporters, he wants to inhale and he wants to make them as the best. That's his best. And he was so wise enough also, he has to get support from Western Kenya, and he has cleaned everything there and is cleaning up. Ndio naona kina Wetangula kama leo walikuwa wanafukuzwa huko. Wetangula hata ajua afanye nini. Unajua, if you want to know that this guy is ahead of everybody, do you know Wetangula is telling the Luya people about 2032? What when wanamwangalia, are you talking about 2032 or we are talking about now? At sasa at kupitia William Ruto ati ndio watapata uongozi wa nini 2032. Guess what? Wajaruo, they are being told the same thing. People in the coast are being told the same thing. Unaona? But do you think people are buying? They are not buying. Njiru, hii mambo, this guy is Sifuna Mwami, yes, I don't know Mwami. This is hii wave ya Obama in America 2007, 2008. This is Obama now. I'm telling you. This one is consistent. Now, unajua, if you don't know, by the way, if you don't know, have you guys realized that most of these things of him being mobilized or whatever this is done online, and all these girls from all over the country, all these boys, all these small networks online, they are the people who are making Sifuna to be who he is right now. Na unajua hawa si hadi wanakuja wanasema they attend even the rallies. None. So Sifuna, he has this transition, even the speech. Can you imagine? Put yourself, Sifuna, Kalonzo Musyoka. Put yourself there. Where you ticket umepatia Sifuna or Kalonzo Musyoka. Give me and I'm not trying to be against Kalonzo. Kalonzo is a good Christian, and we like Christians. I'm a Christian. No. Kalonzo can forget anakuchukua anasa mambo ya Biblia na nini. Time has come. We go beyond that. No. So at this point, I will just say point blank, the transition of Sifuna from ODM to now Rina Mwananchi, we have to give him time. This one, it looks like by the time akifika 26, I think 26, that's the next week or the week after, hii mambo anaenda paka Western Kenya na akirudi paka narudi Nairobi, the man could have just turned everything down. He will be on top in Kenya. I mean, it's right now, it's a monster. Si wengine walikuwa wanasema ati kuna ile mama alimwambia kutoka Ruo Nyanza ati hii itakwisha. Hata hii Pasarias. Si alisema hii itakwisha. Ati ni ile ya matumbo na nini ati famous itakwisha. Imekwisha. People have made up their mind, kuambia ukweli. Right now, Sifuna has over 60% of Kenya. If you want to get a ticket, I'm telling you, na unajua, na kipata ile ticket, watch. You will see our registration in Kenya. Some people will come up and ask to register. Waende kupiga kura. People renewing their registration, and the people coming, new voters coming in. I'm telling you, if I was Kasongo, mimi ni saini ningeweka mkia chini, kama ile kaumbo kamepigwa, kako na stew ya bone or something, niweka small noise nielekee Sigoi. Kwa sababu this one is coming. Unajua baba alikuwa anatuambia River Nile inakuja. Hii River Nile ndio ya Sifuna inakuja. And that one is coming. The only thing is, I can say here, he needs to have a team that people are advising him around, not like the people Kasongo has. And that's why I think also maybe private did a meeting with Gachagua. Gachagua is someone who he's going to be a resource. He's going to be a major resource, if at all, he's going to put this thing out. So that one, I was saying now when Gina Kalonzo sometimes not allow, there are some things they will help this young man as he prepares to take over. Thank you.
You know, when we say things, we say them because scientifically we have measured them, and we understand what we are saying. Now, let me take you deeper to my statement that Sifuna must is the Raila rhetoric. On the surface, it seems to help him. But long term, it is going to be its own dagger that is going to finish him. Jirutoa hizi vitu zenye ziko hapa kando, hizi video zako. When we are debating, there's no need of you unaweka vitu zenye ulituplay like 10 minutes ago. So why am I saying so? The greatest point under which ODM today wants to unite the Luo Nyanza, and you must remember, is they are also saying the truth. And let us take this issue seriously, because sometimes we want to Roba will want us to put here emotion, ya kutetea Raila hapa, but we must come of age of that. What even nani ulituwekea jana hapa video, what Junet is saying is very true, more than the truth.
Nani aliwapeleka kwa broad-based government? Ni Raila. Nani aliwaacha kwa broad-based government? Ni Raila. Nani amepeana hii shida yote ambayo ODM imejipata in the mayhem? Unlike Jubilee, it was not Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. It was Sabina Chege and other people. Well, if you say somebody, at the point that Sifuna was refusing to sign ule mkataba, Raila forced it. So we are looking at the long term. The spirit of Raila should not haunt us just to hold us because we just love him. He made mistakes, but at the same time, there are so many things he did that were right for that country. And one of the greatest mistakes that he went to the grave regretting is how he got himself in this government. And not only did he get us there, he left the people who were scavengers there. I wish he had not left us there. Today, we will not be talking about ODA. In fact, these people could have defected easily to UDA. But the fact that he left us there tells me and you that we cannot keep on invoking his name when we want to take William Samoei Ruto out. So the greatest point that these people have all the time when they stand up.
Alex,
is,
mimi si kwenda
let me
huko
finish.
hiyo
Let me
government,
finish.
kwenda hii mambo ya
Let
government
me
ya
finish. Sasa ongea basi.
No, I was just saying, when I was supporting your point, I was saying, hiyo wakati umeenda hiyo government, mimi wakati Raila ameenda huko, mimi si kwenda. Somebody had to say that was a wrong that was completely wrong what he did. So wengine hatu kwenda huko, wenye walienda huko ndio wale walienda huko.
Okay, basi ndio nataka unisikize. If Sifuna is not going to stop invoking the name of Baba, henceforth, tumesikiza, tumejaribu zenye tumejaribu, imeshindikana. At this particular time, there is nothing that Raila is going to help us coming to the next election. In fact, the greatest point that we will have against Raila is, against ODM, is to ask them, was this the right decision? Then it will be easier for us to hammer that Baba's intention was never to go to that broad-gauge government. Then we can invoke again now what other people like Karoli Omondi are actually doing by saying there were people who already went to that government. And that should be the starting point. But every time we want to invoke, I think there's a lot of votes that Sifuna will lose because it's like we are still justifying the union between ODM and UDM. Whether we are there or not, it wasn't one thing that we should keep on talking about. Now, the other thing, Sifuna has an advantage of where nobody will ever have an advantage, and that is the coastal region. And remember, the people in the coastal region that he must completely eradicate is Joho and who? And Kingi. As of now, unaelewa? Now, and how does he eradicate them? The like-minded people like you and me, plus the Kamba votes, plus the Luo votes, plus, again, the Kikuyu votes. That obviously is over there. Kisi significantly there. So how do you take over the coastal region? So for him, he has the western region, lock it out. The swing vote here is what? The coastal region. And for us to deal with the coastal region, we must disassociate ourselves from what? The broad-based, the blood-based what? So one of it is, we are not saying Sifuna should stop respecting Baba. There is a difference between now stop respecting Baba and start hammering on him. Never should he do that. Are we saying he should never completely be thankful or have gratitude that Baba brought him and he served him? No, we are not saying that. What we are saying is, these people are the one who forced Baba to get there. And therefore, we are not going to talk about it. You pay your own mistakes while you are in the government. Don't allow us to start discussing the issue that Baba left us in this government. So, and that is what we are telling Sifuna. You have now gotten out of there. Now build consensus and know how also when you are going to sit on that table to negotiate, we want you to have Western, low coastal region. Matiang'i brings you in a little bit, then you negotiate with the DCP. Because look, right now on the table of negotiation, it is DCP versus everybody. We want to leverage so that it is everybody versus the party of my power. Because if my party comes there with the biggest beneficiary, and already we have seen Malala ameanza ile story kuwa, unajua Malala is very smart na hukujua where he started from, and this is where politics is very elusive. Sisi kiti ya presidency tumewaachia, lakini deputy ni yetu. So he doesn't want Sifuna to be the president. He wants Sifuna to be what? So DCP is also strategically positioning itself. Unaelewa? But how do we bring in that? Because remember, the fact that we are against Kasongo, we are also having our also differences in terms who should we feel. And internal democracy is worse than external democracy. So let us also deal with internal democracy. The internal democracy that I'm bringing here is very simple. Omwami keeps on talking about Raila. He might lose the leverage of doing what? Of being in the benefit of having the upper hand. So let him lock cost, let him lock this side. When he sits here, we see him as the president, then let us also know that DCP must be there whether they like it or not. And therefore, let us run the issue of Metu if it can work. If it doesn't work, then we look on the other side and say, okay, hii imekata, basi tuangalie. Kalonzo utakubali, lock it for us. So we know, because it's going to be contentious. And that's why I'm saying that Sifuna must come with originality of mind of his own so that he locks cost. And he has started it. Anani alienda kitambo kule, was it 2 weeks ago? Orengo went there, did very well. ODM went to Kwale, catastrophic, embarrassing. In fact, they wish they never even went there.
That's bad. That's embarrassing.
They wish they never went there. So Sifuna goes there with an advantage. And that is why for me, strategically, I'm telling Sifuna, maneno ya kitambo, you have introduced a new word from SG to HE. That is enough. That is enough.
Yeah.
You don't have to say whose SG you are. Just say from SG to HE. That's enough.
Yeah, okay. So can I come in, Alex? So what I was saying is that, let me elaborate what I meant. What I meant was, I agree with you 100%. It should not be the one coming rider. Red people like Orengo said it, Popo Wino said it, and the other people now, Nyonka. He has gone above that. So at this point, being HE now, it should start a national campaign. And that one should be like, it should talk about the big issues involving local and even sometimes international. You have to be presidential. So you leave the other team to take over some of these things, like to deal with ODM, to deal with Kasongo. And another thing also, I think they should also, the campaign, they should start calling not broad-based government, they should call Brady-based government. They should use some of these words to hit them out. They should not just let them just live like that. So what I meant was, yes, Sifuna should now go above that. Achia wengine, they want to provoke your name, they want to see what happened, but that narrative will be kept with the other team, not from Sifuna himself, Chiro. That's what I meant.
Okay, good. I want to ask another question. in the same speech where Sifuna was talking, Orengo also talked, and he said something very serious. Nimechoka kwenda kwa koti. Nimechoka kwenda kwa koti. Is it a communication to something? What does it mean?
What in December, Rakat and from the Alex will come and conclude. So, for me, that's what was needed on the so-called United Opposition come another from the government, or when we are given that mantra, Orengo, what he said is exactly what's supposed to be said right now. We are dealing with a rough man, Kasongo, ambaye anasema yeye ni nini? Yeye ni fundi, yeye ni mekanika, ya nini hii mambo ya siasa na nini. In fact, this is what we have been calling for, Njiru, that we want the people has to be kind of radical. Tutapiga kura, tutalinda kura, then from there after that, we get a state house. Hiyo is that sending to IBC. Mkifanya machezo, something is going to be the other way around. This time, we will not listen to you. This time, hakuna koti, tuende kuambiwa tena, mambo hiyo hot hair. No, hot hair na vitu vingine. Sisi ingine ilikuwa nini hiyo? Lawyer alikuwa anasema I can't even remember. So it was fun moments sometimes. But at the end of the day, this is, we want them to claim this victory. So that the other Kasonga kienda, psychologically, our people are prepared that he is all the way to the parrot. Got the votes, then after you got the votes, we are merging to state house. I mean, it's not like we want to merge there and everything overnight or something, but people are determined. And Sifuna, Orengo is speaking the language of the Gen Z and the rest of the people. That's what they want. I'm telling you, that might be wrong. At this point, what work on Asira Nakasongo? I'm telling you, another thing, Alex, maybe we should also talk about here, combining this one here. Base ya Kasongo kwa base yake sasa yenye anaanzia. That one is something we need also, because I don't see him having a base right now. A base like the way it doesn't have a base. It doesn't have the start. So he's in trouble, big trouble. Let me just leave it there. Just have Alex come in.
So go ahead, Bwana Bundi, on that.
Orengo is confirming we've never had an election in Kenya. Orengo is confirming that the only way our results for the first time can reflect is to be proactive and have a contingency plan, that you're not going to wait. I don't know if you saw what Karuga, and what's the, for the benefit of not saying somebody's name wrongly, what is the name of the Senator of Kiambu? Karuga?
Senator of Kiambu is Karongo Wathangwa.
Yeah, Karungo.
Yeah, Karongo. Karongo means a portion. Karongo is a portion. Ni kama portion ya kitu, ya kamuti, Karongo. Yani Karongo ni, unaona kama, yani it's a portion. Karongo.
Those are details. His name is Karongo. Those are details. Yeah, those are details. So Karunga did something that was very creative. When IBC was refusing to release the pools, the Olkarau, he came out with karatasi and he says, tutangaze tusitangaze. I don't know if you saw that video. Tutangaze tusitangaze. Then he took about 3 polling regions na akatangaza. Unaelewa? Akasema hii shule kulikuwa na class 19 class 1 stream A, akatangaza class 1 stream B. I didn't know. It reminded me how actually we vote
Vile tunaenda kwa hizo voting booths, sio kama hapa America unaenda like we are a little bit sophisticated. Kenya mnaenda shule, ni classes, kuna stream ABC. It just reminded me how we vote and how it's easy if we really wanted to tally our votes. So Orengo is saying, because look how where he was saying nimetoka kuenda kotini. He finishes by saying we have a blueprint in where? In Olkarau. What did they do? They got their votes. So the whole issue of saying nimechoka kuenda koti was to intern that hii koti si ati tunaendanga ati tumeshindwa, ni kwa sababu tumeshindwa kugada wavo kwa vote. So you have to peg those two things together. He's telling them, you tell me to go to court for something that we shouldn't go. If we did what the people of Olkarau did, I should not be going to court. So he's not telling Ruto, he's not telling anybody, he's actually talking to you and me. Why will you keep on going to court when you know there's an alternative? And I think we must run what Onengo has said throughout as a national news, because that is the truth. We don't ought to go to court all the time. Like, have you ever realized, even in our mind, when even we are here, apart from after tumeshinda Olkarau, we have always been preempting and preparing going to court. It has become so natural. Most of the time when we have our conversation here, we must bring the court in as if it's part and parcel of what? Electioneering. Courts are attributions. Okay? We shouldn't even talk about it in the process of electioneering. Because the purpose of actually the government, the aims of government, which is the legislature, giving money, allocating money to IEBC, is not so that we can go to a petition in the Supreme Court. But we have made it so natural to be part and parcel of the conversation. Look at everywhere, from TVs, from homes, from schools, from bars. Like, all our talks about election will end up, are the courts? Are the courts? No, I mean, Orengo wants to put that to an end by saying, look, we should not go. The Olkarau never went to court. So we shouldn't even think about it. Say, nimechoka kuendea court when I don't need to go. So the issue, he doesn't even need to go to court. Why he doesn't need is because you always win. But why does he go? He goes to court to contest the announcement. So how do we deal with that announcement? Deal it the way Olkarau dealt with it. In short, that was what he was saying. And then he gave a pathway. If you look at that video, alisema kuwa we will march to State House. That was his statement. So kuchoka ni gani? Not being able to guard your votes and taking over legitimately your win. Yeah.
Yes, so to add on top of that, also, I think also he was just sending a very clear message to the other camp. This one is not going to be as usual, because we know Raila will learn out this time. Then from there, what happened? In 2007, because we had the older constitution, Ibiwa. Then 20 come 20, I don't know what got all this time. All this time, it's only one time the court had decided, but even if the court decides, we have not seen anything which has come positive from that court, other than some of the rulings, like the so-called verification of votes, like the last election, you have to find out what's the duties of the chairman of the IBC. Some of these things, landmarks, small landmarks, but in general, we have no doubt when in Mara, when they did all the overturn and everything, what happened? There was no change. Raila never came to be the president. So Orengo was right. this is time is sending a message. Ruto, you are a radical. We are more radical than you. Na alisema adiye ameona mengi kuliko nani hata nani Ruto, and he said it very clear. Orengo is very interesting, by the way. He is very interesting, and I'm very sure the one thing also we should not forget, Orengo is going to get some votes from Luo Nyanza. Seriously. So that's something. I'm telling you, time will come when ODM is going to collapse. Alex, if you have not heard what I said here before, I said because of Sifuna, and because of that, that's why ODM has been on the picture. When Sifuna goes out, sasa unajua Junet Mohamed alituambia at the reason why wanafanyia mambo ya State House is kwa sababu ODM is part of the government, wameform na nini na nini. The thing is, ODM is going to be out of gas in terms of coverage. Unless they start fighting fiscally, they are going to be swallowed. You know, the one thing about this conman, Kasongo said, that is going to kill ODM. Today, after what you saw in Foy, when there's that separation of now, Linda Mwananchi is the party, Orengo akisema, we have moved now from ODM to the next stage of a new party. That was the end of ODM. Pengine, you see them in some other media coverage, mediocre, maybe power, they are going to be swallowed. And for me, ODM has come at an end. We should not even take any time, a lot of time here, just like messing up even airtime for them. It's time also, we also move on. So speaking about Orengo, he means what he says what he means, because he has proven that that one can be done. It's not that he has been in jail, he has seen it all. This time, he's there. And I don't think, Alex, from what you see, I don't think he's going to run for governor of Sierra. I think he has a lot of things he really wants to win for Sifuna. Because at this point, he wants to...
Orengo will run for the governorship of Siaya, and Orengo will win the governorship of Siaya. And because how Siaya actually is demarcated, if you realize, this is the only time almost that Siaya had a governor. 2013, how Rasanga became the governor was a consensus whereby Oburu would not agree with whoever that was running. And what? Because Raila was running for presidency, his sister is doing nini. I mean, the people of Siaya prevailed over and told them no. And then Rasanga was a toss-up. He's a wild card that ended up becoming a governor for 10 years. Then again, they repeated the same mistake. Oburu came to the ballot by force, riding on the popularity of Raila. And again, it became unattainable that, look, I mean, this was going to split, and now the Ruto candidate was going to take over because the people of Siaya. Now, this is the point I want you to pay attention. The people, Raila sat down and said, if I don't put Orengo here, the UDA is going to win here. Now, let's talk about the UDA vote that was going to win if there was going to be a contestation. It is still there. They were not voting for Ruto. They were rebelling against the choice of ODM. That alone can tell you that there is a time an MP from Uganda. Now, Orengo tried so much to campaign for the guy. He couldn't win, not because Orengo was unpopular, because again of this issue of awarding somebody governorship that actually was not the people's will. This will be the first election that the people of Siaya will actually choose their governor without the direction of Raila. Because the national politics dictated the governorship of Siaya so much that the people never have voted. Since the revolution started, the people of Siaya have never voted for a governor. They are emphatic about it. They are where we were in 2013. They are late, 15 years plus. And you can tell me for sure, Are they going to make this mistake to be directed by what? By ODM again? They are not. They are a walk. In fact, there is no county that is excited to vote for its governor than CI. And they are not going to be directed, actually. If there is any county that is going to copy what Migori did when they elected Obado, it is it's CI. They are not going to be dictated by the party. Take it to the bank.
By the way, Alex, talking of that one, talking of Migori. So remember when Kasongo he told the Kuria people he's going to make sure they will have their own county. You know, these are some of the things he promised. that one, I mean, there's some of the things. Okay, serious, guys. Also, there's one thing we are forgetting about here, Giru. We talk of Olkarau, but we are forgetting some of the dirt tricks, some of the dirt games which was done in Olkarau. So we won, yes, but was some bad things like some people being armed. There are some bad things where people never showed up. This election could have been elected. It's something we need to talk about. We should not just like we are excited and see if everything was right. No, there are some dirt tricks. People took advantage. People think they are above the law. The police were involved. Some of the law enforcements, they went there in ninja style. They were using some luxury cars. They were terrorizing people. That one, it looks like it's under the cover because we won. I think that's something should be brought up, and we just like we want to demand an investigation. What happened? And that's why we keep on saying we don't have an independent TCI. We don't have an independent. We should prosecute some of these things. Why should some members of parliament or some people, they have machine guns with undocumented vehicles? They are just like in the afternoon, they are jumping up and scaring people, but they knew that if they shoot or they kill somebody, it's going to be a problem. This is something also we need also, we should not leave it under the carpet because of that. Also, another thing I think also we should speak about here. Okay, we are the United or whatever, we are supporting them. But at the same time, they have also to tell us what's the agenda. Someone like me, I want to hear, are they going to solve the problem of unemployment in our country? That's what's killing us. Unemployment for the youths, unemployment for the young men, unemployment for the young ladies, unemployment for the old people, unemployment for everybody, not every generation. That's what we want. Because about me, I like my money. No, I don't want people to come and tell me how to use my money. The problem with Kenya right now, and that's maybe we have goonism, it's because the few people who control the money, they are the people now who are trying to go through that thing. But what about that young man at his own job? He was working, he was earning a living. You think somebody's going to hire them when goonism? And on top of that, unajua hata mikutano wanaenda, even Linda Mwananchi and everything. How many people we see there? Because people don't have jobs. Jobs. If we really want to talk about it. We want girlfriends and boyfriends when they go out. Somebody you have money in the pocket, you don't even go and tell your parent or your friend to send you some money. We want money in the pocket of people. Yeah, adding we have to start from somewhere. Remember your jobs, it's something non-negotiable. We can't negotiate with anybody. Kila mtu lazima tuambie how they are going to create jobs. That's what I want to hear. Hii mambo ya kutuambia huyu fulani at government, huyu anaanza kuchukua government job nini. No, we want private sector jobs. We want to put people to work. We want to put people to work. If Sifuna, you want to make your name. Nobody. We always want to take power. Jobs. That's what we want to hear. Mambo ya kazi, security, and other things in the country. That's what we want to hear. But other than that, let me just say point blank. If you don't come in and create jobs in any kind of government, you be cast like William Ruto. In any country, inherent developed country, even as a country which call themselves a superpower, you can call you a superpower because you have money. Yeah, because you can buy anything you want to. You don't want to embarrass young people. And what wakienda huko, when the people want to go out, they have to go and mamba madeni. They don't have money to spend. We have to change the way things are run in our country, more especially when it comes unemployment. That's the first thing we have to look at. Nothing else. Nothing else. Don't come here and tell me, oh, we are studying mambo ya housing, mambo ya nini. You know, you're new chinga. You're new chinga. None. I've never seen a government, any government in the world, who has come up and they're building houses for people. Then you say that's a good economics. I've not done economy myself, but my common sense tells me everybody's happy when you have something coming to your pocket. Everybody's happy when you know that you are going to work somewhere, when you are living, you move on with life. But why should other people be happy when some people are billionaires, they can afford even 41 million, they can afford still how much million to campaign, unless when other people are suffering. Unaona, mambo ya kazi, there's no compromise, bid sifuna bid nani. You have to tell us, what are you going to do so that we can solve this problem? I want young people to start working. In Chiru, I keep on giving examples. You know, it's so painful. Some of us, we have used a lot of money to take people to school. People have won Nairobi University, wamemaliza mpaka master's degree, tena wanauza maji. In fact, that one is enough to sue the government of Kenya, more especially like Kasongo, for not delivering even some economic factor. That's enough. Hata ile pesa ambayo wameiba, some of the money to be just distributed to people. Yeah, a country like some of us, we have young people, we have changes. Some of us have changes in the house. Yeah, unapata a country like US, mtoto akifika 16 17 amepata license, ako na kasi yake, ako na girlfriend yake, ako na boyfriend wake, anaenda huko. Parents, you don't control them anymore. Ako na kasi yake. The most important thing hapo ni kasi, because hiyo kasi, it will give him to pay his bills. Hiyo kasi, it will give him to give some gas. Hiyo kasi, he can buy something, girlfriend or boyfriend. Have time, they can take a vacation. Sasa uniambie mtu anakaa na mama yake mpaka mtu akiwa 40 anaenda anasaa watoto, ajui what to do. People are committing suicide, and yet it's not because we don't have resources. It's because the money is being lost in the corruption, in terms of we don't have the way we are arranged, the way we do things. We are doing things in a different, an awkward way. At mtu wako huko, some people we are depending people to come and create jobs for people. Yeah, a job is a job. I get it, but we have to expand the private sector. We have to expand the private sector. We have to expand the private sector. The reasons why you can see everybody anaenda kufanyia kazi ya serikali is because they want still wakwe rich. Anna Waiguru was not even supposed to be a governor of Kirinyaga or whatever the governor is. Aliiba. He got away. Kasongo amekuja hapa, ameiba. By the time he leaves office 2027, he's going to one of the billionaires in East Africa. That's what they want to hear. Na watoto wake ndege na nini. Watu wengine hawana hata choo. Watu wengine, they can't even use. You know, it's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. At this point, I'm just telling you, at end time, maisha ya watu, security of people, na jobs. Then from there we can negotiate. Ingine, it can take themselves. We should change even our payroll to tunafanya payroll, because we want money around. We want people to have money. We want university students. We should not wanauliza even poor man from parents nini, mtu wako na ndevu na nini, papa nipatie pesa. Hiyo ni that's embarrassment. Mahali tumefikia, no. This one, we cannot accept. Our young people, our middle-aged people, kasi. If a contract has to be given to people. They should be given to ordinary people, and they share so that we spread the wealth. We move people up. We move people up. When people are happy, our country is happy. Alex, you can go ahead, my friend.
I think what I'm going to say is very unpopular. Extremely unpopular. Because that is one place that is very thorny. That even if I was a politician, I don't know how I will handle it. But now that you have spoken about jobs, the one place that we get it very wrong is during the campaign on how actually, through our manifesto, choreograph a utopia that we are going to have because of our winning and taking over, without painting the dark, dismal, current state of our economy and letting people understand how long it must take to restructure it before even we start rolling out our manifesto. That's why issues like manifesto, they are non-starter and they are nonsensical to me, because at the end of the day, you have to stay 2 years before even you roll out your own what? Finance bill. It must start with honesty that the mess we are going to do, to undo, is going to be difficult. With that approach, it allows you then to have an economic team that is not your friends. Okay? If you approach it that way, from the onset, you know you're going to work to deal with the problems of 1963. I've seen Anne saying we have odious debt. Yeah, so you have people who already have the technical know-how, okay? The human capacity development with other scopes of what? Portfolios that are wanting to deal with what currently is the state. Obama did that very well when he realized that the housing sector was a deep hole than they understood. So even in unveiling and coming in the White House, he understood the odious or laborious nature of his work. That's why the guy alizeeka in 1 year alikuwa na, white hair everywhere in the body. Now, once you approach your campaign from that point of view, then you will let people know that you are going to have the most strict these measures, austerity measures, the most strict austerity measures we have ever had as a country. And when we talk about that, we will talk about some of the sectors that we must have so that we can deal with the sectors that must be dealt with that are going to be the engine. So food security is one of them. That's why we will go back to the 4 big agendas, which is food security. We will have the energy, the energy sufficiency, and then we will have obviously the health system that are, and then maybe we'll have 1 or 2, including technology being one big one. Which means, having said that, the mindset of what is awaiting us will dictate the kind of people that will be outsourcing to deal with it, not the kind of friends we have so that they can help us perpetuate another. If you look at Kibaki with all the good intentions that he had, immediately got over, we started again Eurobond. Oh, no, not Eurobond. Which one was that? Kibaki had his own, that Murungaru and the rest. Anglo-leasing. Because of the mind, they were not ready to be honest, the nature. If you understand the task ahead of you, it will allow you to cohabit with even the people you don't like, because you have a gigantic nature of problem you're going to solve. So the campaigns that we have are rhetorical. 1 term,
one term, ABCD, we are happy, you know, sensationalization, tantalization, emotionalism. We go back home without understanding. So we think we will wake up the next day, we realize, oh, it is Jacob. You know, he thought he married this, but the Bible says, but when we wake up in the morning, it was Leah. So we sleep with a woman the whole night. We wake up in the morning, we found it's another one. That's the problem we are having. That's the problem we'll be having. So I think if we approach it that way, then you will understand this way. Now, having reached there, then you will understand, okay, what dictates the nature of our economy is a 5-point agenda. Number one is the basic needs, food, shelter, and clothing. Very affordable. Okay. Number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 2, basically, you have to balance the budget, you have to balance the trade. And this guy Mamdani has done it in a record time in New York. Kwani, where does he come from? He just took from Adams and he just balanced the budget. So then the question is, when you're doing austerity, it will allow you so that you have money that you can actually use without borrowing and still service your loans. Then you have to deal with the issue of import and export. Globalization, as good as it is, does not mean we kill local markets. So protectionism needs to be so that we can have manufacturing, because manufacturing, including the cottage industry, is what spurs our economic growth. Then you have to deal now with the monster in the house. If you have to deal with manufacturing, which is the economic blueprint that we must model, first of all, more especially cottage industry, because we must incubate innovators in order for them to become big factories. It has to start from an idea, a startup, before it becomes formidable. So we must see how all along we are doing what? We are helping that. Now, the problem now comes in two forms. Two things that we have been unable to deal with. Kibaki era, Uhuru era, now it has come here. Two things, and pay attention to it, because those are the two things that we will never be able to create jobs. Number one, corporate tax. Our corporate tax is a record high, I think, of 45%. Where is our corporate? It was so high that at some point, the flowers in Naivasha had to leave 80% and go where? In Ethiopia. 40%. How do you... My friend, direct foreign investment. Somebody brings his money to do business in Kenya. 40% goes to the government. Who does that?
30%. Corporate tax in Kenya is 30%.
It used to be 40. Now we reduced it because it was unattainable. It was 40 at some point. Corporate tax was... Look at Egypt. Look at corporate tax in Egypt, my friend. And that we are dealing with direct foreign investment. And these are basics. We have not even gone to microeconomics, econometrics. We haven't gone to econometrics yet. We are doing with macro and microeconomics. If you look at Egypt, you look at Rwanda, you look at all these countries, their corporate tax actually attracts direct foreign investment, which helps what we call balancing the import and export. Instead of us importing, it cushions the importing to exporting. Because now somebody brings the money that was supposed to import finished goods, we use our own materials and we are able actually to do what? To export. And that is how our currency actually start making sense. Next monster we have, and Njiru, check for me this, the cost of electricity in Africa. Kenya ranks how much? Compare Kenya and Ethiopia, compare Kenya and Egypt, because these are our competitors, Wachana, Uganda, and Tanzania. Our competitors when it comes to energy pricing in Africa. How much do we have energy pricing in Kenya? It is about another 40%. Today, a household in Kenya, today, in terms of measurement with the cost, vis-a-vis cost of living, our GDP, our electricity is like 70% more expensive than the US. In a household, a unit of, because a unit is 4-bedroom and 1 sitting room and maybe a backyard. For electricity in our GDP and our current state of economy, we are talking about 70% more than the US. Then how do we even compete? How do you create jobs? It's impossible because everything is running. We have the equator, and I don't know if you know how many countries the equator runs through. It's 6, but across there, the equator line where it runs, we have the lowest number of solar panels in the world. We have geysers. We have all these hot geothermal power is greatest in Kenya only. But with all that, energy sufficiency, we don't have it. Ask people who are putting tokens in their electricity. You put today, tomorrow they are gone. So Robert, the issue of job creation is an odious process that you don't just talk like, oh, we must create. You cannot create jobs if your manifesto did not actually diagnose that you are going to deal with some issues for 2 years that will warrant austerity measure. And in that austerity measures, it will come to the hospitals, to school, to so on. So, when austerity measures are being honestly done for the future, you can suffer now for the benefit of the future. But if it is corruption, because corruption looks like austerity measures too. The problem with corruption is you are told money, you are not getting this, but in the end, you are duped. No, honest austerity. Countries like Britain did austerity measure. Spain did that. You remember there was time Europe has a very big problem. And what happened? They did austerity measures and they ended up at least to cushion and make sure they move ahead. And actually they help the economy. The problem is that we've never done austerity measures. And Martha Karua told us that corruption is budgeted. So it looks like a budget, but it was corruption being budgeted. Unaelewa? So job creation is something that has eluded us, and it was going to elude us too in Raila's era because we refused to diagnose the state of that country. The state of the country right now is that half of the employees who are national needs to go because they do nothing. Robert, if you remember the era of golden handshake, this is the time we need to give people golden handshake and they go home because then we must come to the issue of political offices. We don't need a women rep. We don't need an MCA. We don't need, and then even if we needed them, then I think the allocation of money is absolutely abnormal. The president has bursaries. The governor has bursaries. The women rep has bursaries. The senators has bursaries. Then what was the purpose of the government? That the MP anatengeneza mabarabara, MC anatengeneza mabarabara, or the governor anatengeneza mabarabara. What was the purpose of devolution?
And they're taking advantage of that one to grab.
Yes, what is the advantage? So we must be very honest from the onset. If we want to get employment, I have a little bit of knowledge, technical knowledge of a little bit, not much, okay? But if we approach politics with 1 term, 2 term, tantalization, we forget telling people the state of the economy.
Yeah.
When you wake up in the morning, it will be Leah.
Yeah. So, Alex, thank you for that tip, the way you have just put it. But also, the one thing also I wanted to bring it here is this. The problem with our country is just that now we don't have the basis of our economy. Enda agriculture, enda huko naenda kutafuta market huko kahawa nini na nini na nini. We are not organized. Yeah, we are not. I mean, we should be organized. And on top of that, let me give you an example on this one. Why is it that there's a lot of money which is being put to the county, which should employ a lot of people compared to the way we are, compared to the income, but it ends up going to few people, individuals. It's because we don't have checks and balances on place too. That's something also we need to look at, because we have money, the country has money, and this money should be used wisely. Kama ulisema hii mambo ya, let's say, this mambo ya bursaries. In fact, that's something, if we were very organized, we should have a system where hii pesa yote inawekwa mahali pamoja. Kama ni mwanafunzi anahitaji, who needs help, it comes from us and aid to that. Some of them should be let on get the jobs, they should pay back. I know they do, but the problem in Kenya, and they are even fighting, and they are onekana anda kupeana nini hiyo bursary, na kutoka hapa ndio apati marafiki wake. Then from there, some of them are fake. I mean, the problem, we are very disorganized at this moment. We don't know, we just tunaenda tu. We should organize ourselves as a country. If it's education sector, how do we help? If it's financial aid, let's have that uniform financial aid. Kasonga akikuja anataka kuweka vitu yake, na mwingine akikuja anataka kuweka vitu yake. That's the problem. We should speak from the same way, and people should be helped universal. There's no discrimination, nothing. Here's the problem. So they keep on saying, oh, investors wakuje. And you probably mambo ya energy and many other things, many other factors. When is it going to come? When is it going to come? If Kenyan energy, unajua, there are some things, by the way, you said it very clearly, there are some things you can have in, maybe you use in other countries, it might not work in Kenya because the way the electronics, some other things, the way it's set up. We are consuming energy, labor costs very, I don't know how this thing works. But at the end of the day, it's just like we are not paying attention to some of the major things. We also run from somewhere. We try to reduce. Like now, a simple thing, simple economics. I never did a course even in anything to do with economics. But my common sense tells me, hii mambo ya housing, huyu jamaa alianza. Why can't the government make sure that they have invested, maybe they try to work with the banks and other people, things like they try to get taxes and other things, mortgages to be cheaper and everything, for people to borrow money so they can build houses. By doing so, the economy will grow. At sasa utegemee government ikuje ijenge nyumba kutoka juu mpaka chini atakuweka huko ndani. And this stupid person, Kasongo, the way he's waiting as pengine next year, they has kupatia watu funguo. Wanaweka picture, video on TV, angalia vile watu wamepata nini nyumba na nini. And hiyo ndiyo progress. If my friend, we go with that kind of economy, it's just like sisi tutafanyia mtu kama Kasongo, we work for him the rest of his life, kwa sababu he got a chance, he went, he grabbed there. So us, tuwekee kuja chini, hiyo economy inakuja watuwekee mapakio ndio wakuja chini. We can't do that more. We should have the same playing field for everybody in terms of resources. We have to priorities. We should just come together as a unit. You know, the one thing I remember, Alex, I don't know, I might be wrong, You know, remember that thing, Papa, was the campaign, the 2022 campaign. The one thing I was waiting to be performed is like every county is going to process a certain kind of industry or something. That one gave me a little bit hope because I said, oh, Kisii took on this, took on a pineapple, maybe a tobacco soft stone, or a coffee or tea, at least something to process. That was manufacturing. If you don't have manufacturing, there's no way out you can solve a problem, employment in your country. There's no way. There's no way.
You know, there are lies that we need to debunk that we have been told for years. And one of the lies that so sweet in the ears of a Kisii person that Kisii took on ndizi. Roba, for the record, let me say this. Twice, factory ya ndizi ambayo imewekwa Kisii. It is next to my father's house. It is next to my father's house. Hapo Kisii High School, hapo juu kule. Yeah. Where Elianto used to be, hapo Koka hapo. Yeah. That is where it is. How many bananas are being brought there? It used to be that we had bananas. Kisii are even not squatters, they are squatteries. The people are worse than squatters. You don't, hauna mahali siku hizi unapanda ndizi. This idea that Kisii iko na miwa, iko na ndizi, iko na avocado, we should come out of that idea. I mean,
Kisii?
Hakuna. I mean, you people come and grab. Zinatoka wapi? We don't have land. We don't have land.
But all the time watu wanasema Kisii ndizi, like we associate.
That's Kisii why I say let's debunk some of these lies that we are being told over the years. Hiyo factory iko hapo kwetu. Hakuna mtu analeta ndizi.
What are they manufacturing, by the way?
What should they manufacture kama sio umeweka ndizi? Sasa kuja kumanufacture nini? Sukari nguru?
Biscuits. I don't know.
My friend, economy doesn't work like that. Some of these things that unasikizanga kwa manifesto, we need to debunk them and to ambia what to stop these things you are saying. Even these Lake Victoria hogwash of fish coming out of there in Lake Victoria. We should stop. Fish comes from Kadem, which is the other side of Lake Victoria, which is okay, but it is not as much as it used to be that can contain and sustain a factory.
That's true.
It cannot contain and sustain a factory that you and me are calling a true factory. Because the raw material is the most important thing. It is not the building. Because we have launched building over the years with emphatic lies, whereby the core value of that building is the raw material. So some of these things being launched are not wrong. It's because we did not factor the raw material. So the idea of saying, oh, soapstones, do we have enough soapstones? And who buys soapstones anymore?
And where's the market, by the way?
Yeah, that's the question. So you can't, people start lying to you over things that you shouldn't be lied to in this age. Somebody comes to campaign in Kisii and talks about soapstone. And I told Simbarati, stop that nonsense before the elections. People wanted to kill me. Why should somebody campaign? Let me ask you for the benefit of doubt. Hold on, Robert. How many Kisii soapstones do you have in your house? Be honest.
I've not even seen them.
See? But you'll be here saying, oh, we have soapstones. Oh, we have this. We have nothing.
And what does it make? Your soapstone?
Ask him. He doesn't even know.
No, I know. I know soapstones. It can be made in different images.
These are sculptures. In fact, if there is any market in the world, it is China, not even the US. They used to make idols. That's the only place you can go and make idols. If I make my face today, my portrait today and put it in my house, people will run away from me. They will think I am a devil worshiper. So
Yes.
it has
So,
no value.
Alex,
Let's not talk about things that have no value economically.
Alex, there's something I want you also, you elaborate on this one here. Can you imagine like Starbucks? You see all the Starbucks we have all over the United States. Niambie coffee co-op.
That is where I was coming, Robert. Now, the other thing is the bananas. What used to be valuable in Kisii is not the matoke. It is the sweet banana. It is the sweet bananas that we were selling across, not only in Kenya, across Africa and out of Africa. When was the last time you planted Ebisukari seed? In your own father's land. Be honest about it. So this idea of running over things that stop it. Now, but what does Kisii have? Now the question, what do we have? You hit the jackpot there. We have coffee. One of the best coffees in the world comes there. Let me tell you without the benefit of doubt. If you are in a Nissan, na mama ambaye amesiaga kahawa mzuri kabisa ya Kisii apite hivi, the aroma that will pass through your nose, you have to look back because it is the best coffee ever. But we have not capitalized on that. So we talk of nonsensicals, we leave the real gold. Unaelewa? So it's a high time we should start talking about. A friend of mine, Manduku, Manduku was a very skewed and a shrewd business person. Apart from the hospital, he did the furniture, he did gas station. But the one thing that consistently fed Dr. Manduku was coffee. Until today, is coffee. Mini factory works wonders. And there are people, a clique of, you see, the coffee market is one of the most conniving markets in the world. That the Europeans coined a way that he was going to be extremely rich with coffee and tea. So they created what we call auctions. Who goes to sell his things in the auction? Brand new thing you go to sell in the auction. Is auction not sold things that are not brand new? Why do we sell our coffee and tea in the auction? And who created those auction centers? Ukisikia the coffee and the coffee that we are drinking here today was sold 5 years ago, if you don't know. The new coffee is being hidden somewhere so that it cannot escalate the price. Americans do not drink fresh coffee. It is coffee that has stayed here for 5 years. Take it to the bank. But they will never allow you to sell that nice aroma coffee to the US, because the moment you do that, you will finish Starbucks. You will finish Starbucks. So the question is, what we have, we must look at market aggressively. And now we must, it's a time I agreed with Murkomen more than any other time. And I think I was so embarrassed to say about it. Because at that particular time, it was the issue of alignment more than the truth. Okay? And this is what Murkomen said. And what Murkomen said is this. The people of Marakwet, the time of growing maize, we have surpassed. If you put enough avocados that can honestly grow, less labor, no fertilizer, ABCD, and you become a large-scale avocado farm, you will do better than maize farming. I totally agreed with that. But now you will see Simbarati comes with avocado seeds and say, I distributed 3 million. So 3 million, it's like Njiru the other day. Uliona in the Senate, the governor for Northeastern, one of them, alisema he allocated how many millions for was it seed someone in India? Then he was grilled, and then what was it? Remind me. There's a governor of up there.
I think it was his Sierra governor.
Yes, he had allocated how much money? A lot of money for. Somebody reminds us in the comment section. I don't know why I'm forgetting, because it was so humorous. That's what we do. You are told Simbarati gave 3 million seeds for avocado. What are you going to plant? You don't even have a place to bury your person.
He said about ngamias.
Yeah.
Camels. He gave camels.
No. It was time to seeds, something of the sort. And then he was questioned to grow them where? Something of the sort.
Yes. At the end up just feeding animals. I don't know.
Something of the sort.
I saw that, yes.
So
by the way, Alex, that's why I like Kachuang. Kachuang is one of the. I mean, we are wasting some people who are at least. I didn't want to cut you off, but oh my.
So the thing is that one factory, one county, one industry, one county was going to be a flop because we kind of think that we have raw material that can sustain. Now, for instance, Anyang' Nyong'o has tried so hard. The other day he was crying. He said, "The sleepless nights that I have spent." Did you see the statement that he wrote? The sleepless nights that I spent to negotiate. For what? For the people of Kisumu. So that all these things will come, not from the government, from foreign governments. The goons are destroying in a night. One of the things that relentlessly Anyang' Nyong'o has negotiated and has almost come of age, but Ruto will never allow, is the cotton. So you can't revive Kikomi if there is no raw material. But the same is being done to Rivertex. You see enough raw material. I don't even know where it's coming from, by the way. We have 2 textile industries in Eldoret. But the land tracts that we have in Luo Nyanza that can produce cotton, take it to the bank. We will be a textile power bank. Okay? So when we talk about one industry, one county, one industry, we must ask ourselves, do our counties have the raw materials to sustain the running of that company? Pay the workers, pay electricity, mold new roads, water is needed. It's not a rhetorical thing.
And by the way, Alex, see what you just said? And that's just happening in Nyanza. A lot of industries, of sugar industries, Ruda amekuja na kwake na sina nani. There's Transmara, there's Sony. Okay, it's a good thing, but it's not sustainable. There's no sugarcane for that. I'm a sugarcane farmer. I just harvested my sugarcane. The problem is, I've seen some industries where I am, manufacturing sukari. Lakini sijawahi kuona miwa. I've never seen. So that's the kind of knowledge we need, that one. It's just like you don't need 12, like let's say for Sony, yes, where it is, or Miwan or Zoya. No. If we wanted to make it just to be sustainable, we should come up with kitu nataka nile maji ya nini ya miwa. No. Then from there we have it somewhere where they can manufacture that sugar. I know transport will be a factor, but I've seen it some places. Okay, it's developed countries. Naona sukari, ma trucks yanaenda kubeba sukari, sijawahi kuona miwa. How? Something's not right with us.
When we were talking about that, you need to know how Nyagarama became our governor. Nyagarama worked with rural
rural
development, whatever.
Yeah, so those factory, KTDA, Kenya Tea Development Authority, KTDA, and what the structure and the blueprint of KTDA was, start at the grassroots, okay? Fix the roads, make the roads from there, the water run there, and electricity that is cheaper. You know that until today, let me shout this, you know until today, all our factories, more especially Tombe Tea Factory, does not use electricity in burning and boiling our tea. Inatumia kuni. That is why the issue of
I think that is the standard in Kenya. Even in Embu, I see many tea factories.
And let me tell you the problem with that, Njiro. Then we went and brought these exotic trees called eucalyptus that must be planted next to the river. They have such rivers that used to be big as Nyando, like Gucha. Today they are brooks. Today they are brooks. Do you know what a brook is? A brook is something you don't even need a bridge. Because those trees, zinamea in like 5 years, they will be tall, like 40 feet. But the rate at which they suck the water, they have dried all the rivers. So sometimes this thing we call one factory, one county, I will tell you that there is no benefit that Tombe has to the people of Tombe. Without a doubt. If, for example, I'm not a tea farmer, I inherited my tea from my grandfather. And it's a lot. It's about, I think, maybe 10,000 trees. Ukuje upewe mbolea, upewe sijui nini. By the time unakuja kupata bonus, my friend, mtu waliweka sukuma 300. Vitu 300, na wewe unapata the same. Ati ni bonus. Roba, napata bonus ya 120,000 a whole year. That is 10,000 a month. Hiyo shamba hata roba hata ungeacha tu hivi oveke chinsi yaga. So again, what you call one industry factory may turn out to be a what? A hoax. And a lie that, look at what Nzoia and the Mumias did to so many people. People were planting for years and years. But the amount of money they were getting back. You are a sugarcane farm. I have done sugarcane in Mariwa. You know where Mariwa is? Awendo unaenda kwenda ndani.
That's 10 minutes, almost 15 minutes from where I come from.
Yeah, so uko Mariwa, we went. My friend, when the Obadas came to take you, tractors and tractors come. But when to go to take your check, first of all, they take like 1 year. By the time you get that check,
Alex,
you ask yourself, what is this?
I just harvested my sugarcane, my biggest half what I spent. The only thing, thank God that the rand I inherited from my dad. What about if I was buying rand to produce?
And that is why now we are coming to the issue of one factory, one county is a hoax. Don't be emphatic about it. Sit down and think about it. If we had electricity that was cheap, if we had roads that efficiently transport this, if we had, again, subsidies in regard to the total cost, then you can take the pork home and then say, okay, they cushion you for certain years, then you become independent. But as it is today, anybody that comes with that hoax, without us, first of all, fixing water, electricity, and the roads.
Now, I have a question there.
Yeah.
So, Alex, remember Nzoia, Mumias, Uhuru Kenyatta to campaign, I'm paying them. Then from there, ikakwisha. Kasongo, he has gone there with the money, paying them. I mean, don't you think if some of these industries, they are not working, let them go, something else will come out?
No, the question, let me ask you, why is Seychelles sugarcane industry working so well?
Yeah, because probably it's a private sector.
So what is probably?
Anything where the government comes in is not good.
Roba, what is probably? Is it exclusive that we cannot have it?
No, the
is it
problem
something that can only be found there? No, the whole issue, Roba, is this: the goodwill. The goodwill is the problem. So you cannot give out your thing because, so Roba, let me ask you, if you go and get drunk every day, you don't sleep with your wife, she doesn't get a child, not because she's barren. Are you going to chase her? Is she the problem?
I don't know.
So if you get drunk every day, you don't want to sleep with her. And you just chase her that you are not getting a baby.
Yeah,
How's she going to get a baby? So you chase her.
The fact remains, if you don't sleep with her, then there's nothing going to come out.
And so we are not sleeping with our wives when it comes to an economic empowerment. We are the problem. The sugarcane is not the problem. It is profitable somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what, remember what I started
from. So then why should we give it up?
Private sector. The problem is the government comes say it's politics. From
so first of all, let's start from here. Why should we give it out? We should never. If we are going to have it, it must make profit. And if it must make profit, then we must diagnose and be honest about it. Part of it is the leadership that we take. Savula has told us how he was a sugar baron. And he met Mudavadi in one of the hotels in Nairobi. And Mudavadi and Savula were drunk. Somebody dared him to go and run for a seat that was an by-election. 3 days to election, to the cutoff, he went and found that he can run. And he used the money for sugar baroning to go and run for the by-election, and he won. In short, he told us that he's a sugar what? Cartel. He said it. Go look. It's in the archives. When Savula talks about him being a sugar cartel, even actually boasting that he lives in Karen. So I'm trying to let you understand we cannot give out our industries, some of them. We must cushion them.
No, what I mean is, no. I never said we give them out. I've said some of these industries read the government out of it. You have private sector. Okay, the government can come in maybe when something's wrong to pay them out, like the way they have been doing. So how long are you going to pay them out? Every 5 years, you have to give them out. Every time.
So let me ask you. Let me say, when you are bailing them out, under which pretext are you bailing them out?
No, that's what I'm saying. I give you an example.
No. Roba, relax. Is it that the industry does not have raw material?
No, it's because being mismanagement, nothing else, corruption.
No, it's not mismanagement. Let's diagnose the issue. I want us to go slow by slow. So, do the farmers plant the sugarcane? Yes. Does the sugarcane get transported to the industry? Yes. Is the sugarcane processed? Yes. Does the industry stop working? No. So up to there is no problem.
Yes.
There's raw material, there is transportation, there is processing. Now, the problem starts when the raw material is finished. Before we go anywhere, does Kenya import sugar?
Now that becomes now. You see now.
No, let's go slowly. Does Kenya import sugar? Yes. Under which pretext? The current sugar we have is not enough, so we must import. So what does that mean? The sugar we have is already having a market before even we import. So there is no market problem again. So we started from raw material up to marketing. There is no problem. Where is the problem then? Think about it. So when they say they are bailing, are they really bailing, or is a conduit of corruption?
It's corruption.
So don't say that we should give it up. We are giving nothing. It worked. It worked from the beginning to the very end. Our sugar factories are being used as a conduit. Zinaoshanga pesa ya serikali. For what? For electioneering period.
That's why I said, if possible, when we have a private sector, if you see some of the sugar, we have sugar industries. Let's say, I give you an example, and it's doing very, very well. Transmara. Transmara is something which started when Sony Miwani and the Sony and the other ones in the Sony, the other ones in the Kisumu. I don't know how they call it. There's another one in Kisumu. Then there's Zoya. They have been there. But this one, because it's private sector and it's running Transmara, you never had them being bailed out.
But Roba, you are missing the point. Roba, you are missing the point. When you call public sector and private sector, are not human beings working there, and this one are human beings working there.
But Alex,
but why?
Politics
Roba, I want you to be honest enough for yourself so that you can know where the problem is. Whether it is private, whether it is public, the issue is corruption. Why? It purports that this is private to give it a perception. But the same module of governance, even if it is copied and pasted here, it still does not work because it is designed that it should never work.
Alex, private sector has proven in Kenya it works.
I'm saying public sector has been designed to show that it does not work, so that you think private sector is the only one which can work because your raw sugar, after it has been processed by public money, is taken to the private sector to be sold by them.
Yeah, that's why I said it's cartels.
So sugar is produced at Sony and everything. Instead of being sold as Sony sugar, gunia inawekwa kama Transmara and it's transported and sold as Transmara.
You see that, that's the corruption. Yes, that's where
so we must diagnose where the problem is. So we can never say fold out this. Let's deal with the elephant in the room. Who is doing this? Who does this? When Kiunjuri was the minister for agriculture, how many times did we get him do that? He goes to collect sugar that has already been processed and even branded as Muhoroni, as Mumias, as Sony, inachukuliwa, inawekwa different gunias that in the private sector, that it's not public sector. Everything is done from raw material mpaka inamaliza. Ujaiona Sony sugar ikifunga, ile moto inatokanga ikule juu ni nyingi sana kila 24 hours. Hakuna siku mashini imeharibika, hakuna nini. But hii mashini kidogo ambayo saa ingine inafunguanga Transmara sometimes even for 3 weeks, at sasa ina produce more sugar kuliko Sony sugar. Think about it. Sony, what we call private companies sugar in Kenya are a conduit of corruption. They are there to show that they are private sector, but all their sugars inatoka from public sector, inakuja hawa wanaenda kuuza kama yao. And politicians are the ones who own.
Then we don't have a country.
That is what we are saying. We must fix that.
Exactly. We are on the same page. That's the problem.
So if we diagnose this before election, the subsequent government is not going to do the same.
But by the way, Alex, in fact, what you just said, remember the maize from Mexico. Remember mafuta tunaambiwa sio nini chitu china nini. Who investigated? That's the problem. We are not holding people accountable. People broke the law. People do what? and everything. At the end of the day, unasikia inaenda hapa.
But
People committed a
Robert, it
crime.
doesn't start with the breaking of the law. It starts with when we are not honest from the very beginning in the podium, when we are electing leaders. It starts with us when we are not honest. This kind of authentic honesty, you will not find it with any politician. Where does the sugar, have you ever heard, where does the sugar get lost? Not even Aman Manyora will talk about it. And they know it. No sugar factory in Kenya has a problem. They produce sugar by these other companies who purport to be private to take it on behest of government officials. Do you know that the sugar board has been non-functional for the last 3 years? I want you to Google for me there, the sugar board of Kenya, if it has a quorum. It doesn't. And the people who passed the law to import sugar are the sugar board of Kenya. But we are importing sugar without having a board that actually passes that we must import sugar.
Somebody somewhere wants to make money.
But it's not imported. It is the Sony sugar that is taken to the private, and the private purports, and then
That
the
is
same
what's
sugar
imported.
we pay for it that is imported. We've never imported sugar, my friend. My friend, we never import sugar.
Unajua I've been listening to Moi lately.
My friend,
Nguruwe inafanya nini? Inachikanga na mafuta yake.
You guys, I think from Central, mnaonanga vile Kiunjuri anajipiganga. Kiunjuri aliiba mahindi, akaiba sukari. You know, you produce all these things, you go put them kwa meli ambayo zinawekwa usiku, zinatolewa mchana. Mnaona ati Kenya ni kama yangu. My friend, mtafanyishwa hizi kazi mpaka mfikirie. We don't import sugar. We don't import sugar.
Na ile mahindi ati ilitoka Mexico kweli.
We don't import sugar. Take it to the bank.
So, by the way, when I work huko, then now they what they do, they buy it in double price.
Whichever it is, I don't know how much. They know it's a lot, because that is the sugar money has been used mostly for campaign. It's the campaign. Uhuru tried to finish it by doing the typo error so that it can allow the farmers to be paid well, so that afanye ile typo error watumie that in what? In bankrolling election. But akashikwa haraka sana. So when we talk about sugar, it is so complex, my friend. Mpaka saa ingine unakaa chini unajiuliza, like, are we normal? Is there anybody normal in Kenya actually?
No, at this time, there's no. I mean, it's not even only sugar. Even the maize industry.
You take sugar, after it has been processed, you sell it to private sector. Private sector purports that it's producing effectively sugar. Then it takes it to the port and holds it in the ship. Then they start again unloading, and then we say we have
imported sugar.
How many times did we sell that sugar to ourselves? From the factory to the public sector, and again after what? We hoard it on the what? On the ship, and again we hoard 4 times.
And that we call that one now economics.
So by the time it comes out, tumechange gunia mara ngapi? Na kuna mtu analipwa magunia. Tuko na biashara Kenya bwana.
Those are cartels. Oh my goodness.
Mimi nilikuambia Robawe ni ndugu yangu. Sijui kwa nini tunasumbuka hapa. Ani wakikataa kusikia vitu tunasema hapa. Mimi ukwe tu gunu wangu. Tutaomoka. we go deal with it. If Kenya doesn't want to deal with issues like those once and for all, join it. Why should you suffer here? Because you tell them this is what is happening. It's so painful that, do you know that all tea factories in an area, let's say in Kitutu Masaba, the member of parliament is the chair of all the tea factories in Kitutu Masaba. Did you know that? Just becoming a member of parliament, you can dictate. You can dictate. Do you know that? Yeah. When Nyambati stopped being a member of parliament, he was picked at 8 a.m. By 9, there is no tea, 7 days a week. When he was no longer, when Timothy Bosire came, tea could only be picked 3 times a week, 5 o'clock.
So that's what we call, you see, that's where we go wrong.
That's where we go wrong. And ask yourself, why do politicians in Western have a keen interest in the sugar company? Because corruption is institutionalized. It's institutionalized. Leaders don't eat alone. Go read that book. Leaders don't eat alone.
So
it's a clique. So kula yako lakini mwisho ifikie nani? So you have to make sure.
Now they don't see it as corruption. They see it as kidogo. They don't see it as corruption.
But now the problem with that is institutionalized, which means it's a system. If you allow everything to work very well, as long as you hold that position, that corruption money will come through you. You don't ask openly. It just comes to you now. It's like lobbying anyway. So if we start talking about sugar, my friend, and our factories, my friend, be well assured that there is a lot we need to know.
Yeah, so that thing's just killing me when it comes to
anyway, it is Sunday here mahali tuko. We had an opportunity leo tumeongea sana.
Okay. I'm still on Saturday night.
Yeah, I still have to. No, you are almost going to Sunday.
No, I still have 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, almost doesn't count. You're almost there. So
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, for me, nimemaliza siku.
Yeah. Sasa Njiru alienda hiyo side ya the camera, sio alikuwa wapi, sio alienda South Carolina again. So I don't care where he goes. Njiru, sikuja tufungie basi bwana, ndio pengine kesho tutakuepo.
Niko hapa, ngoja kidogo.
Unafanya nini?
Wewe Pastor Dorcas amekubali kukupea mtoto. You are lucky.
Wacha tumalize na hii.
Ukiambiwa
itafanya hii mambo ya helters nini kuja pamoja, hiyo tumeiona before. It's a movie and it never produces nothing wrong.
Hawa ni ndugu ya Atuoli wote hii.
So
haya ni sawa basi, kama we can meet tomorrow.
Yeah, so let's just call it that day. I'll be available tomorrow, maybe on Monday if I go back to work. So I might.
Yeah, okay, ni sawa. I appreciate the motivation which people have come with.
This Olkarau, tuweke the business bus near the bus. Niweke from yesterday. I've been asking, can you put that tape? I don't know the rights. Tuweke to dance it on. You're talking. I can see our dances today.
Hebu niambie ni wimbo gani hiyo unataka?
Wimbo ya Olkarau.
Olkarau ama Sami, ile wimbo naimba Sami.
Inaitwa Olkarau, Asante Olkarau, Asante.
Oh yeah, I saw that there's a new song.
Olkarau.
Watu wako na syllabus ya haraka mpaka asante imetengenezwa bana. I saw that.
When I called him yesterday, it was 100 people. Wameona sahi it's 30,000. Less than 24 hours. Asante Olkarau bwana.
Nani ameimba?
Ule bwana wa nani naitwaje? Mwangaza. Bwana yake.
Mbaicho.
Ule jamaa anaweza kuwa governor bana. Ule jamaa usicheze. Bibi yake anataka ule jamaa akuwe governor. Na I see him taking off.
That's the one that's shooting.
Olkarau, asante kwa kupiga kura na kulinda kura. Olkarau, asante kwa kupiga kura na kulinda kura. Sisi ni Kenya na Kenya ni sisi, kupiga kura na kulinda kura. Sisi ni Kenya na Kenya ni sisi, kupiga kura na kulinda kura. Asante kwa masomo hayo, asante Olkarau. Asante kwa masomo, asante Olkarau.
Ya mwisho.
Wakija na pesa tunakula zote, wakileta vitu zote twachukua, lakini kura tunapiga na kura tunalinda, lakini kura tunapiga na kura zetu tunalinda. Olkarau, asante, asante kwa masomo hayo. Olkarau, asante, asante kwa masomo hayo. Ni Kenya na Kenya ni Olkarau. Olkarau ni Kenya na Kenya ni Olkarau. Tumesoma sisi iwe Kenya, tusitenganishwe. Kenya ni moja, sisi ni Kenya. Kenya ni moja, tusitenganishwe. Sisi we Kenya. Masomo tumesoma.
Okay guys, tomorrow's okay. Tomorrow.
Masomo tumesoma, kupiga kura na kulinda kura.
Mahiti zinatoka tu mara moja. That is the status of the country. Yeah, that is the status of the country. So I agree with Baicho. Yeah, so tutafunga show, hatuna la ziada. It has been a good 5 hours. Thank you and bye.